never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Israeli President Isaac Herzog is praising President Donald Trump for his decision to strike Iranian nuclear sites. Appearing on the CNN program State of the Union, Herzog said the action taken by the United States is a turning point that could very well reshape the future of the region.
It's a historic decision, outstanding decision that clearly can shift the direction of the Middle East to a much better future.
Herzog was quick to add the action was taken due to Iran's threat.
The decision was taken because the Iranian nuclear program was a clear and present danger to the security interests of all the free world.
The Pentagon, meanwhile, says the bombing of the Iran nuclear sites, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was the largest B-2 bomber strike in U.S. history.
Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated.
Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth calls President Trump's decision to hit the 3 Iranian nuclear facilities, including the fortified Fordo facility, bold and brilliant. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said the destruction to the facilities was substantial.
Final battle damage will take some time, but initial battle damage assessments indicate that all 3 sites sustained extremely severe damage and destruction.
Kane says the U.S. maintained an element of surprise and that not one of Iran's fighter jets took to the air. He also warned Iran not to retaliate against U.S. forces. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
Iran's foreign ministry, on the other hand, has said the U.S. has started a dangerous war. Iran has released a statement saying that in the midst of a diplomatic process, the U.S. has betrayed diplomacy. The statement said the U.S. government bears full responsibility for the grave consequences and dire repercussions of the attack. America's News Network, this is USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Iran's foreign minister is headed to Moscow for urgent talks with Russian President Vladimir Putin. According to media reports, the foreign minister told reporters in Istanbul on Sunday that Iran and Russia have a strategic partnership and always consult with each other as close allies. The Kremlin has helped Iran in the past with its civilian nuclear program in exchange for supplying Russia with military drones for its war in Ukraine. Meanwhile, Hezbollah says they will not get involved.
A spokesman for the Lebanese militant group told Newsweek it didn't have immediate plans to launch retaliatory attacks against the U.S. or Israel following President Trump's decision to launch attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. The Iran-backed group signed a ceasefire deal with Israel last year after roughly a year of back-and-forth strikes in the aftermath of the October 7th attack. Both sides have accused the other of violating the ceasefire, and Israel has launched strikes in Lebanon in recent weeks. I'm Jim Forbes.
A deadly Sunday in Michigan where a security guard shot and killed a gunman at a church in Wayne, Michigan this morning. Police responded to reports of an active shooter at the Cross Point Community Church in suburban Detroit around 11 a.m. Officers arrived at the scene, found the suspect dead and one other person wounded in the leg. No other injuries were reported. The motive for the shooting remains unclear. Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. Dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
So we will cue the microphone. And ready or not, here comes a Monday. Yeah, I say that so enthusiastically, huh? Yeah, sure enough, we close out the weekend and we'll be working our way into the 23rd day of June, a.k.a. a Monday. It is the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Would you looky there? True, in summer fashion, summer-like temperatures as we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern Time Zone, 78 degrees outside the secret bunker at this hour. That's because we have a massive heat dome enveloping much of the central and eastern USA. But I gotta tell you, is anyone sleeping in Oklahoma City tonight? According to Big Ed, the answer to that question is no. As the Oklahoma City Thunder win the NBA championship. 103-91, the final score here, not that long ago. So congratulations, Thunder up. OKC wins the 2025 NBA Finals after a grueling battle against the Indiana Pacers. How about that? Little celebration going on there. Keep it calm now. Don't get stupid. Just enjoy the victory and celebrate. Have a good time. But it's mighty warm there in Oklahoma City tonight as well. Hey, we'll start off with a look at our travelers' weather. Oklahoma City's not in the zone with the heat advisories or excessive heat warnings. It's a little bit cooler after a warm weekend for sure. But we've got those heat advisories and many excessive heat warnings enveloping not quite but nearly the eastern half of the nation. Excessive heat warnings for many of the big cities, of course, where the big cities where all the asphalt and the blacktop and the buildings absorb the heat during the day. And when you have overnight low temperatures, well into the 70s, they don't get a chance to cool off much. So with the daytime heating once again, when the sun comes out, temperatures just get warmer with each passing day. The massive heat dome will continue to lead to levels of heat and humidity we don't see in June very often. High temperatures approaching and exceeding 100 degrees expected over more than 36 states, stretching from the plains to New England at least through the middle of this week. This is going to challenge many long-lasting records. Very little relief at night, as I just mentioned. Some of the urban areas failing to fall below 80 degrees for multiple nights in a row. Now, the heat dome that will be enveloping the east has its origins in the plains and Midwest. Readings in the 90s and above 100 have been commonplace since late last week. Now, the core of that extreme heat is building further to the east this week. Dangerous heat will maximize across much of the Northeast and the Mid-Atlantic early this week. With bright sunshine, humid conditions, it'll have heat indices well above 100 degrees for millions of people. There are areas where the heat index is going to be in the 110 to 115 range this week in parts of the east. Washington, D.C., Baltimore, Philadelphia, New York. Mercury forecast to get very close to or maybe even hit 100 degrees for a few more days through at least Tuesday. Even parts of eastern and northern New England, including Boston to Portland, Maine, which are sometimes excluded from the extreme heat domes. Even you will become within a few degrees of 100 when the heat peaks in those areas on Tuesday. With the overnight temperatures struggling to fall below 80 in many of the urbanized areas, especially along that 95 corridor. To put it in context, unusual for the month of June, in both Newark, New Jersey and Philadelphia, there have never been a 2-day stretch where low temperatures were 80 degrees or higher. And the forecast is this week, 3 consecutive nights with lows above 80 degrees in both of those cities. While the heat will not be as extreme further west across wide swaths of the interior Northeast, the Ohio Valley, the Midwest, some of the Tennessee Valley regions, mercury will still be well within the 90s under this heat dome through at least midweek. Some of the major metropolitan areas, including Detroit, Indianapolis, Cincinnati, Memphis, Pittsburgh, St. Louis. In Chicago and New York, the heat wave severity index, it's a scale that tracks the duration and severity of heat waves, indicates the ongoing or forthcoming heat spell into this week will be worse than any experience since that inception of the scale in 2023. That's just a couple of years ago. Humidity is going to play a role in how hot it feels this week, with real field temperatures over 100 common outside of some of the normally cooler mountainous areas. Yeah, they could be as high as 110 to 115 in the mid-Atlantic region when you get away from the coast. Yeah, cooling thunderstorms could offer some brief reprieves from the heat, but not the humidity. In some areas this week, we could see some gusty thunderstorms on the periphery of the heat dome from the plains into parts of New England. Yeah, pop-up thunderstorms could bubble up and fizzle out in random nature, especially across the south. A more significant thunderstorm activity is expected to unfold along the battle zone of the heat dome's northeast periphery from the Great Lakes to the northeast and the northern mid-Atlantic starting Wednesday of this week. Yeah, with more clouds and rain in the forecast, then temperatures come down a bit from their peaks here for Monday and Tuesday, but still going to run well into the 90s for most of the mid-Atlantic. Yeah, due to the cumulative effect on the human body, prolonged exposure to hot weather, as we know, can kill. Extreme heat is the number one weather-related cause of death in the country, and it kills more people most years than hurricanes, floods, and tornadoes combined. The elderly, young children, and those most susceptible, they're the ones to heat-related illness. Take caution if you're going to be spending any appreciable amount of time outside. Yeah, try to stay hydrated for sure with non-alcoholic beverages. Take frequent breaks and try to find some shade. With the New York City mayoral primary election Tuesday of this week, if you're planning on voting in person, possibly waiting in lines outside in the heat, take precautions. Bring bottles of water, wear light-colored, loose-fitting clothing. Ground temperatures in the normally hotter pavement, heavy parts of the city on Tuesday will easily top 100. It may feel like 105 degrees. And, of course, for the sporting events, from youth to professional leagues, will also be impacted by the heat, even deep into the evening hours, as temperatures will be slow to fall after the sun goes down. I know the Cincinnati Reds were in St. Louis playing the Cards over the weekend. Cardinals take 2 out of 3 in that series, by the way. I think it was on Saturday's game during the heat of the day. The Red star Ellie De La Cruz actually vomiting on the field. I think the heat, especially in stadiums that have turf, it feels like 115 to 120 degrees on the turf on those hot afternoons during the likes of a heat wave like this. So take precautions. Nonetheless, we'll give you more on the periphery, where we do have some areas with severe thunderstorm watches in place tonight, extending from, say, southeastern South Dakota right down through the heart of Nebraska at this hour. I believe they're still in effect. Now, it looks like they expired here at 11 p.m. Central Time. So the thunderstorms, there are a few out there, but not reaching severe levels. You do see some of the showers, thunderstorms, a lot of lightning. They're in southeastern South Dakota, along the northern tier of Nebraska, and a few showers and thunderstorms in south central portions of Nebraska. Aside from that, most of the storm activity is north of the U.S.-Canadian border there. A lot of thunderstorm activity and southern portions of Canada. Around the country, though, hope you had a good weekend. It is 844-844-3388. Pappy kind of spells it out here. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners, the midnight hour. And for the first time this week, on this greatest day of the week, somewhere deep beneath the Earth's crust, hidden in the hotshot secret bunker, Steve is throwing the breakers, raising the FR3 antenna. The stick shit eliminator power mic is on. Oh, I wonder, what's going to be the topic tonight? Any guesses? 844-844-3388, the digits to hit. Yeah, don't be a scarecrow. Give us your thoughts. On a sad note, Tennessee went home to Jesus the other day. I'll just end with this. A bell is not a bell until you ring it. A song is not a song until you sing it. Love is not love until you've given it. Yeah, Miss Tennessee has given all her love to Knucklebuster, and Knucklebuster has given all his love back to her in return. Not a night has gone by that Miss Tennessee hasn't been mentioned. Knucklebuster, yeah, let us all know how he let us know how much he loved her. I hope he knows how much we all love him. A heart for each of them. All right, there you go. Thank you so much, Pappy. Philly Dan is on board. It's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. It's amazing that even after the news said we were heading to Guam, Iran never detected the B-2 bombers. God bless America. They were. It's just incredible how they were playing the diversionary tactics. We knew several weeks ago some of the B-2 bombers had been sent to Diego Garcia. And that was, I guess, the intention was to have them watching closely if those planes took off from there. And then, of course, it was like Thursday or Friday morning. Yeah, word comes down. The president was repositioning some B-2 bombers to Guam. Oh, have them watching Guam. Yeah, the bombers that actually struck Iran over the weekend taking off from, I think Carl called it a few weeks ago, Whitman Air Force Base there in the state of Missouri. I believe it was something akin to an 18-hour flight one way to perform their bombing missions. Then, of course, had to make that flight all the way back to the U.S. They have safely returned back to Whitman Air Force Base there. Multiple refueling efforts taking place, especially on the way over there as these B-2s were accompanying not one but two of the 30,000-pound bunker-busting bombs that had been deployed for the first time in actual battle conditions. Never before have we used these weapons. In total, 14 of those 30,000-pound bunker busters dropped on Iran, along with more than 24 Tomahawk missiles being launched from submarines. 844-844-3388. Welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Well, I guess we'll just jump right into it and find out for a fact. What day is it?
It's the greatest day of the week.
Yeah, there you go. Hello, Captain Ron.
How are you? Have a good weekend?
Yeah, I made it up to
Stay
the...
cool?
I went up to the air show on Saturday up in Dayton, Ohio. Man, oh man, it was hot, hot, hot.
It seems like it's always hot, hot, hot when you go to that air show.
2 years in a row.
Is it the same?
2 years in a row, the heat index has been above 100 degrees on that day, and that's what we dealt with. Can you believe I made my way to the air show and drank nothing but water, not one skull buster the entire day up there?
Well, good for you. I'm proud of you.
It was too hot. I mean, I was drinking all the water, and I wasn't. I mean, you're sweating it all out. So it's. I knew.
Right.
I knew the dangers.
Like a camel.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, I had my daughter came Wednesday night, so I had to take Wednesday night off, and then I took Thursday night off. I thought I'd stay up and call you or text, on the Facebook, but I didn't make it that long. I can't stay up that late when I'm not working.
Right.
So, anyway, here we are. I don't know. We get mid to low 90s every day here, but it cools off pretty quick. It was 80 degrees when I came through Ocala tonight.
Okay.
So yeah, we've been pretty warm too. We pack in there. Now, what's been happening lately is we've been getting these afternoon pop-up thunderstorms, and we actually had some water spouts.
Really?
By the Sunshine Skyway Bridge. Yeah, that went on this evening. But, yeah, we haven't had that pattern in, seems like a few years. When I first got here in Florida, it seemed like it would rain every day in the summer, but it didn't do that for a long time, and it seems like we're back to that again.
Mm-hmm.
And, my pastor that we used to go to his church in Michigan, he came, Friday and they left after church Sunday, but he said there's people in Michigan, of course, that their air conditioners quit working. But I don't remember growing up with air conditioning in Michigan. We never had air conditioning when I was a kid.
Wow.
But I guess everybody's probably got it now. Yeah, there was somebody in his church that got heat exhaustion from just in their house. He told them to go to the church and just hang out at the church for a couple of days if they wanted to. But yeah, it's hot up there. I'm glad it's not me. Other than that, I don't have a whole lot. I was kind of wondering about Tennessee. Because I haven't listened to the show for a couple of days. So prayers to Knuckle Buster and his family, and
yes,
prayers to Big F and his family losing his brother. I haven't heard any updates from his sister that was in ICU. Have you?
Now that I have not. I did see his post about his brother, but I wasn't even aware of sister.
Yeah, his sister was in ICU.
Wow.
And his brother was, having that issue too. It was in that same post. But anyway, prayers to Big Ed and his family. Well, that's all I got for the night. I appreciate you taking my call, and simplified shout out to Knuckle Buster, and we'll see you. We'll talk to you next time.
All right, thanks for kicking off a brand new week. As it is the greatest day of the week, right? All right, what we got? About a minute from a news break coming up here. Get the latest, see what's going on. Who's checking in? Good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down and be safe. It is afternoon for us night owls, right? The Arizona window truck on board, rolling out west. Brett checks in from the Mile High City. Clear skies, 73 degrees. Said I was in Chicago the past couple of days. I was able to take in a couple of Cubs games. It was brutally hot. But Wrigley Field is such a legendary stadium. It was really cool to be there. Thank you to all the first responders keeping us safe out there 24/7, and to the rest of the overnight workers keeping this insane world turning.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. Israel's President Isaac Herzog is praising President Donald Trump for his decision to strike Iranian nuclear sites. Appearing on the CNN program State of the Union, Herzog said the action taken by the United States is a turning point that could reshape the future of the region. He added the action was taken due to Iran's threat. The Pentagon says the bombing of Iran's nuclear sites, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was the largest B-2 bomber strike in U.S. history. But Vice President J.D. Vance, appearing on NBC's Meet the Press, says that doesn't necessarily mean the U.S. is at war with Iran. He said the United States is at war with Iran's nuclear program, not the country itself. Meanwhile, Iran released a statement saying that in the midst of a diplomatic process, the U.S. has betrayed diplomacy. America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say: "We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. So visit StrongTel.com right now. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. StrongTel.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, as we roll into a brand new day, brand new week, first full week of summer. It is summertime officially. Got much to cover. Let me give you a quick heads up here. Had a tanker crash in Columbus, Ohio this past day. A massive fire. The southbound ramp of Interstate 270 to Ohio 161 eastbound remains closed tonight following that tanker fire. Let me see. It was a fuel tanker, 8,500 gallons of fuel catching fire in northeast Columbus. Now, they've got crews conducting pavement repairs overnight tonight to address damage caused by the incident. Inspectors had been out through the afternoon. They have confirmed that the bridge on the 270 northbound to State Route 161 westbound ramp is indeed safe for traffic, but it remains closed until all the debris from the fire has been cleared. So just a heads up there, motorists advised to seek alternate routes. Not sure of a time frame. Obviously, I'm sure they're hoping to have that reopened in time for the Monday morning rush. We'll give you more on what actually transpired there. The driver of the truck was taken to the hospital in stable condition. So that's good news there. Meanwhile, we'll get to some of our other friends checking in via YouTube, Facebook, as we roll into a brand new day. First, good morning to Knucklebuster.
Good morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. I appreciate them kind words about my beautiful wife there. Well, as you said, she went home to be with Jesus Friday morning, June 20th, 2025. I thank God for the beautiful Christian wife, a noble character he gave me. The Bible says she is more precious than rubies. My brother sent an email out to our entire company. He said since being married to a truck driver for 45 years, she was an angel. Mm-hmm. After being married to me, her crown is pretty bright, Steve. So I met Tennessee January 7th, 1980. I majored in business management in college. I managed myself well as long as I did exactly what Tennessee told me to do. she's still whispering on my ear today, Steve, do what's right. Now, Tennessee and I didn't always agree with each other, but she never gave up on her core convictions or us. She never gave up on us. Tennessee and I used to bet with each other who was right all the time, $100 at a time. Steve, I was so far in debt, after 45 years, I'll always be indebted to her. But I'm eternally grateful for her love, her grace, and her mercy she showed me throughout our 45 years of marriage. I thank you all for your prayers and your kind thoughts there. Tennessee was and will always forever be one classy lady. And I appreciate your time this morning, Steve.
I appreciate you, being a part of the show here, Knucklebuster. And yeah, you've heard folks, thinking about you, been praying for you, and I guess it's going to be a difficult few days ahead, obviously, because you got some tough things you're going to be going through.
Yes, sir. I'm glad that she left me with two beautiful daughters to take care of everything and help guide me through all of it there. So they're like me. They've requested that if someone wants to make a donation to St. Jude Children's Hospital here in Memphis, that was her favorite charity. So if you want to make a donation in her name, that's great. So
okay.
And I appreciate all that there. So it's never easy when somebody dies, but I just never imagined that she would be going first. So I just really don't have very many words. Ain't nothing much very funny anymore, Steve.
Yes,
so,
I understand.
I
yes, sir.
crack a lot of jokes, but ain't nothing funny right now. So.
Well, we'll be thinking.
Thank
you much, Knuckle. We'll be thinking about you as you, and I guess we'll share arrangements if you'd like to. You just let me know, and we can pass whatever you want pass along. Okay.
Sounds great. I appreciate you, Steve. You've been a great friend, and the whole family has.
Yes, sir. All right. I believe it was about the message I got was about 11 a.m. there Friday morning. So. Yeah, continued thoughts, prayers for our friend Knucklebuster. Roy is in the house. What do we got? 81 degrees in northwest Illinois at this hour. Isn't that something? Good evening. Tank, hello, Steve. Happy Monday. Shout out to the B-2 pilots. Job well done. God bless our troops. 81 here in Mason, Tennessee. We're heading to Memphis, and then we're going to be rolling out west. Everybody have a blessed day. Uncle Chops on board. Good morning to all. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 82 degrees there, West Michigan tonight. Hello to Josh. Good to have you with us. Chris, morning, Steve. It's actually Hillbilly here. The greatest day of the week. So proud of our president in delivering the big punch. It's been fun listening to the Democrats complaining he was wrong for doing this. Yes, I worried about what happens next, but I believe the world is a safer place today. I'll be listening in from the home 20 tonight till I fall asleep. Have a great show, and everybody be safe out there. Darren, too hot. Too hot here in St. Louis. We knew it wouldn't be long. As soon as you get that first heat wave, rather than complaining about how cold it is. And it was a very cool spring for many areas. Say, where's summer? Where's summer? Here it is. Hello from the Michigan Madman. He said he had an awesome weekend of racing. It was hot, and so was the racing. Everybody stay hydrated out there. Yes. Tapeworm crossing into Michigan, headed north of Lansing. Yeah, still hot up here. Top off that coolant this week, drivers. Let me see. Any B-2s flying over Dayton? No, Pappy. Yeah, they're honestly, for the number of times we've been up there for the Dayton International Air Show, this one, in my opinion, was kind of lackluster in comparison to some of the others. I knew kind of going in, based on the list of what they had for performers. In past years, I'm so impressed. I've had opportunities to see the likes of the F-22 in action in the air, and F-18s, F-16s. Of course, the Thunderbirds were there. It was such a hot day, just as the case was last year. Yeah, plus we screwed up. I was driving, we got up there, and we followed the signs, and we went into the general admission parking area, which that was the wrong location. Yeah, she had passes for what they call Lot P, which is supposed to be like overflow parking, but it's totally opposite side of the airport. But once, of course, you've got thousands of cars lined up to get in. So once I pulled in the gate, I said, "Is this Lot P?" She said, No, but there was no way to get out because it was everything coming in. So pretty much had to park the car. She had the little tracker on. My daughter said we walked a total of 3.8 miles by the time we got from the car to the chalet and back to the car. So that was 3.8 miles. I actually forked over a few bucks to convince someone to give us a ride from the chalet to the gate, back out to the gate. But from the gate to the car, it was still another. So, my legs, I'm aching all over. It was a hot as hell kind of day, but they didn't have any of the military aircraft. The Goodyear blimp was there, so they got the Goodyear blimp showing you what it could do. That's kind of ho hum. The Golden Knights come parachuting in, which is pretty standard to start off the show. Yeah, most of the planes were smaller. I guess the best thing I saw was the Red Bull team, which they've got the plane and the helicopter, and I've never seen a helicopter pilot be able to do what that Red Bull chopper can do. How often do you get to see a helicopter upside down? I know helicopters are very, very difficult to control in any form or fashion, but this guy was doing loop-de-loops and upside down, and so that was pretty impressive there. They had a miniature jet. All right, that was what do you call that? An experimental aircraft. This guy, again, kind of built this mini jet in his own garage kind of thing. Yeah, that was pretty cool, but none of the big military action in the air like I'm accustomed to. I'm sure the Thunderbirds, obviously being the highlight of the show, put on a good show, but overall, just, not so impressed. All right, who else we got? There's Jerry. Good morning. Thanks to Hot Shot Secret for making the Steve Sommers overnight drive possible. Praying for all the truckers out there and tell them you love them every chance you get, indeed. Good morning. God bless from deep in the heart of Texas. Hello, David. Construction on I-45 around the 116-mile marker north of the Houston area. Let's see. Fatality in the same area earlier tonight. Fatality crash. And it's still very slow in the area. So, all right, take it easy out there as you get the new week started. Hello to Timothy. Prayers for Knucklebuster out there and many others saying the same. So good to have you on board. Meanwhile, in the Middle East, as far as commercial airlines around the world weighing how long to continue suspending flights in the Middle East after the United States struck Iran, Singapore Airlines, one of the highest profile in Asia, calling the situation fluid this past day. The canceling flights from Singapore to Dubai. The Mideast route has become more important for flights between Europe and Asia. Of course, since Russia and Ukraine airspace is closed due to their war, flight tracking radar showed empty space over Iran, Iraq, Syria, Israel. Air France KLM said they had canceled flight to and from Dubai and Riyadh for Sunday and Monday as well. British Airways has canceled flights to and from Dubai and Doha. They're reviewing the situation, and they said a statement will be issued about when they'll resume flights. Of course, missile and drone barrages in a growing number of conflict zones, representing a high risk for airline traffic. And an organization that monitors flight risk, Safe Airspace, warned on Sunday that the U.S. attacks on Iran's nuclear sites may heighten, obviously, the threat to any American flights operating in the region. In the days before the U.S. strikes, American Airlines had suspended flights to Qatar. United Airlines did the same with flights to Dubai. Airlines are also concerned about a possible spike in oil prices, increasing the cost of jet fuel. Israel, meanwhile, is ramping up flights to help stranded travelers at home and abroad. The country's airports authority said rescue flights to the country will expand today, Monday, with 24 per day, although each flight will be limited to 50 passengers. Israel airline El Al this past day said they had received applications to leave the country from about 25,000 people in 1 day's time. So they're going to need a lot of flights to get them out of there. But by now, we've pretty much all heard the B-2 stealth bombers that dropped those massive bunker buster bombs, returning to their base in Missouri this past day. An Associated Press journalist watched on a clear but windy afternoon as 7 of the B-2 Spirit bombers came in for landing at Whitman Air Force Base, about 73 miles southeast of Kansas City, home to the 509th Bomb Wing, the only U.S. military unit that operates the B-2 Spirit bombers. The first group of 4 did a loop around the base before approaching a runway from the north. The final group of 3 arriving about 10 minutes later. And of course, the day before, the B-2s had been part of a wide-ranging plan involving deception and decoys to deliver what American military leaders believe is the knockout blow to the nuclear program. According to officials, one group of the stealth aircraft headed west from the base in the U.S. heartland Saturday, intended as a decoy to throw off the Iranians. Another flight of 7 quietly flew off eastward. They're the ones ultimately engaging in the Iran mission, aided by an armada of refueling tankers and fighter jets, some of which launched their own weapons. U.S. pilots ultimately dropping 14 30,000-pound bombs early Sunday on the 2 key underground uranium enrichment plants there. American sailors bolstered the surprise mission, firing dozens of cruise missiles from a submarine toward at least one other site. U.S. officials said Iran did not detect the inbound nor mustered a shot at the stealthy American jets. According to the briefing I was watching this past morning from the Pentagon live, they said they did not detect any shots, anything launched at them coming in or going out, either direction. Operation Midnight Hammer carried out the precision strike, devastating the Iranian nuclear program. Now, of course, assessment. Did they truly knock the nuclear program out? Assessment is ongoing. For its part, of course, Iran denied any significant damage had been done. They pledged they're going to retaliate. But if you've seen some of the many varying views caught on camera, the massive explosion that this thing, they're massive ordnance penetrators, incredible power. Based on the videos, I don't think there was little damage done. I think it was incredible. All right, we'll get to Grump. Going to be checking in here, the inbred redneck room for you on a Monday, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Tired Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weights? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Product claims without proof.
every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
All right, got a lot to cover as we get the new day, the new week underway. Good morning to the Grump. What's going on?
Hey, well, good morning. Oh, not much. Just I sure hated hearing about Knucklebuster's wife, man. That's horrible. And nothing but heartfelt condolences for him and his family. Had a friend of mine call me Friday. I guess it's about midnight. Into Saturday morning, and he said, "Yeah, we got 9 on the tarmac there, Whiteman." And I said, "Oh yeah," just kind of, he said, "Yeah, the elephant walked them out." He said, "They're on the way." I said, "No kidding." So, and then the next day, we get everything, start getting all the information on what was going on. But them things, they actually hit those through an air vent. Here you got a jet fly, a bomber flying like it is, and got that thing locked in on that air vent, and they're not using like we did in the Gulf War, with laser identifiers. They're using, just precise GPS coordinates, and they, put them in those damn bombs and then drop them, and then, delayed. The first one hit, I think they said it went around about 220 feet in before it exploded. They got a delayed fuse, a delayed timer on there, and then the second one followed right in behind it, and probably went another 160 to 180 feet into that. So I would say that their centrifuge is pretty much crap right now. But, that you don't know where they dug, how far up in the mountainside they went and things like that. But, I had a little mixed emotions about it at first. When they was talking about it, because, Israel come out and just a couple of days ago and said, that they know they've set the Iranians back, anywhere from 3 to 5 years on their nuclear program. With all the bombing that they've done on there and the, precision hits and things like that. So I don't know. I wasn't sure whether that'd be the smart thing to do right now or not, but just, everything that I've read since then and talking to, some of my buddies there at Whiteman, they, everybody there was just ecstatic about everything. I mean, how it went off and that was just some brilliance in the in the might of the United States military.
How about the decoy of like was it Friday morning? They said B-2s are headed to Guam, and
yeah,
making it look like we're stationing there, and then of course they had Diego Garcia.
Yep.
And the flight from Missouri am I correct? Is it like 18 hours it took them just to get to their destination there, drop those bombs,
right?
And then that.
Yeah,
So these pilots, there's two pilots. Does one of them sleep at any given time, or man, do they have to stay awake for 36 hours?
Oh yeah, they can sleep. There's 3 people on board. They still got weapon systems people and stuff like that is from what I'm understanding on this series here.
Okay. Well, hey, hold the thought there because I'm looking at the clock. We're closing out hour number 1. Much to come after this. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Chuck Brady. President Donald Trump says American bombers attacked 3 nuclear sites, including the fortified Fordo facility yesterday. The president says strikes on Iran were a spectacular military success and addressed the nation just hours after the U.S. attacked the 3 facilities.
Our objective was the destruction of Iran's nuclear enrichment capacity and a stop to the nuclear threat posed by the world's #1 state sponsor of terror.
The president said the bully of the Middle East must now make peace. The attack came after Israel and Iran have been trading airstrikes for more than a week. The Pentagon says the U.S. bombing, nicknamed Operation Midnight Hammer, was an incredible and overwhelming success.
Iran's nuclear ambitions have been obliterated.
In a press conference early Sunday morning, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth called President Trump's decision to strike Iran bold and brilliant. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, Dan Kane, said the operation was top secret and very few people in Washington knew about the plan.
For the entirety of his time in office, President Trump has consistently stated for over 10 years that Iran must not get a nuclear weapon. The operation President Trump planned was bold and it was brilliant.
A UN nuclear watchdog agency said there's been no increase in radiation levels at the 3 Iranian nuclear sites that were bombed by the U.S. The U.S. military sent B-2 bombers into Iran with a number of penetrator bombs known as bunker busters intended to reach underground nuclear sites. Early Sunday, the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency released a statement saying it could confirm that no increase in off-site radiation levels had been reported at this time. The agency maintains it is a neutral global watchdog. You're listening to America's News Network. This is USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran's nuclear program has taken a severe hit after the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear sites. Appearing on the ABC program this week, Vance said the attack does not mean a drawn-out conflict has begun, though.
I'd say to people who are worried about a protracted military conflict is, number one, the president, more than anybody, is worried about protracted military conflicts. That is not what we're getting ourselves involved in.
In his address to the nation from the White House, President Donald Trump called the strikes a spectacular military success and said Iran's nuclear enrichment sites had been completely and totally obliterated. The move to strike Iran comes as Israel and Iran have been going back and forth, striking each other for more than a week now. Vance made it clear the country's objective remains firm.
Well, first of all, we don't want to achieve regime change. We want to achieve the end of the Iranian nuclear program, John. That's America's objective, and that's what the president has set us out to do.
Meanwhile, California Congressman Adam Schiff on the CNN State of the Union has a different opinion, saying the operation should never have been authorized by President Trump.
In the absence of intelligence showing that Iran had made the decision to break out and build a bomb, the intelligence I've seen, and it's been limited, indicates that Iran had certainly enriched uranium but had not made the decision to build a bomb.
Schiff went on to say the strikes on Iran were not constitutional and Congress should have known first.
You want the Congress bought in.
Chuck Brady, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, here we go, another hour. Welcome back, welcome aboard. As we kick off a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. Rolling into the greatest day of the week. Yes, indeed. All right, following a few days of broiling heat and uncomfortable humidity, the threat for severe weather returns to areas close to the northern periphery of this heat dome. Yeah, now through at least Wednesday, some of these storms could bring strong winds, hail, downpours, stretching from Nebraska through the Great Lakes here for Monday and Tuesday. By Tuesday night or Wednesday, parts of New England and the Mid-Atlantic will be at risk as well. It's not out of the question some storms may evolve into a long-lived, damaging wind event called a derecho as they roll to the southeast here in the new week. Besides the always perilous threat of lightning, as well as the hail and gusty winds, storms over the Midwest may repeat during the midweek period, which could lead to widespread risk of flash flooding, several inches of rain possible, often in a short amount of time, across parts of the Corn Belt, the upper Midwest, northern Great Lakes, through Thursday, especially from eastern Nebraska into Iowa, southern Minnesota, and Wisconsin. Aside from water-covered roads, the heavy rain could very well have agricultural impacts in the fields for the farmers in the region. The progression of drenching, potentially severe thunderstorms further east at the same time, it's a little less certain. Depends on several factors, including the strength of an area of high pressure in Canada and where the activity in previous days tracks. But regardless, it looks like a lot of folks who call the eastern Great Lakes, upper Ohio Valley, and northeast home will be at more of a risk for gusty storms as we head toward the midweek period. We'll look at some of our travelers' weather. All right, Grump, welcome back.
Yeah, these, it's an amazing plane. I mean, I left Whiteman right when they were coming in and went overseas, but, I was there 8 years at that base, and it just, these things are, they got a little, what they call a camp bed. It's just a small bed that's in the back for, like if the mission commander or somebody wants to, stretch out for a little bit and take a nap, which they do, on them long flights and stuff. But, this thing can, it can fly in excess of 50,000 feet, and it's, every 6 to 7 hours they're doing an aerial refueling on it, when it's on them long runs and stuff. And, but it can reach out there and touch somebody, and to be as heavy as it was, here they're carrying 2 of them bombs, 60 over 60,000 pounds worth of ordnances on there, and so it's eating up some fuel along the way. So yeah, that's why they had so many tankers taking off. But he had my buddy called. He's like, yeah, the elephant walking a mountain. I was like, oh man. I honestly didn't think Trump was gonna do it. Right now I thought they were gonna give him a little more time, but they damn sure drilled a hole over there. So, hitting all 3 of them, but it was just everything was just right on target. I mean, it's just, there was nothing, and as far as I know, no civilian casualties or anything yet that they've talked about. It very well could be, but Iran, it's hard to get information in and out of that place. But yeah, I they keep talking about, no regime change or anything like that. And I don't think they're going to have to here. I think, the way the Iranian people are, they would like very much to go back to pre-1979. People over there, I mean, we always, had, basically got along well with them. Like I said, we trained their pilots when I was going through basic training and through the academy. We had them there. We had them at Kelly Air Force Base, and they were learning on T-5 trainers, stuff like that. And after the Shaw uprising and everything else, it just kind of went to hell in a handbasket over there. And I think a lot of the people really want to get back to the way it was. There may be an uprising before you know it. But did you notice Russia and a few others are spouting their mouths off about giving them?
Yeah, what's his name? Medvedev saying, "Hey, Russia can give them nuclear weapons." Are you kidding me?
Yeah. They've threatened so many times to do that for countries that we've been involved with, had little skirmishes with and things like that, and they're never going to do it. It would just be the end of them in every way possible. I mean, to give, especially somebody as crazy as Iran. I mean, here you've got this nut that has been running things over there for so long. The Ayatollah, and it just, he would have, if they would have had to bomb, they would have used it. That's just a fact. And China's been awful quiet too about all this. They haven't said a hell of a lot. I think when people steps back and they look at the capabilities of these planes and the Tomahawks and how precise they were in their surgical movements there, and plus we had, the F-17s and, was coming in also, stealth planes. We was in and out, before they knew what happened. And, right now it's, I was listening to the Democrats, it's funny how they applauded Barack Obama and even going back to Bill Clinton. Remember when he bombed in Syria, he sent 200 Tomahawks, into an aspirin factory and landed out in the desert and places like that to avoid any kind of collateral damage and stuff. But hell, he was getting pats on the back and everything else, and talking about Nobel Peace Prize and all this crap for what that idiot did. And Barack Obama, hell, he was constantly launching Tomahawks and doing precision, surgical strikes here and there, for the SEALs and the Air Force and but Trump does something that was needed to be done. I think, when you get to talking about a crazy guy getting a hold of a nuclear weapon, it's time to do something. And he got it done. I mean, it was just, he let the military do what the military does, and that's, everything about him is just amazing. From the training to the planes that we're flying right now, and we got the, back, I think in about another 7 years, something like that, we got the new B-2 coming on, and that thing is supposed to be just one unbelievable airplane, to be able to reach out and get somebody and no one would ever even know it's in their airspace. But man, I'll tell you, I just wondered how many U-2 flights and things like that was going over Iran to get pictures of all this before they, before they did this. And this is, a lot of intel involved in these things. I mean, these things just don't happen. It's months of planning, and in this case, it was probably weeks of planning, if not a couple of months. But it was, just brilliant the way the decoy, they sent out a decoy and everybody was kind of watching that. And that was more publicized than anything. And how they staged some of the tankers, that's got to refuel these things, and they thought, well, maybe they could fly around and go, through, land in Guam and then come in that way. Nope, they went east and straight across, and boom, hit them before they knew what the hell happened. But the unique thing about this, Steve, was they'd launched the Tomahawks, to coordinate with these to actually hit after these bunker busters, went off. And they were such precision in that when they launched them. I mean, it was like it was just choreographed to a T. I mean, these bombs are going off, and then then you got the Tomahawks coming in right behind them. And I don't know, man. I said, this is something that I know every military planner looks at. They're kind of looking at what the hell, how this went off so easy and everything like that. And every country looks at it thinking, is these the people we really want to screw with? And, peace through strength works, brother. It really does. It's, we don't have to have the great big military like a lot of these do. You take India, places like that. Hell, they got like 1.6 million military members. We don't have anywhere near that. But in the same sense, they're not going to screw with us. And China has some, nifty stuff. They got the hypersonic, their missiles that they have, those hypersonic, and those are scary as hell, because, it take a lot to get one tracked and shot down and stuff. But I think we got some stuff up in the atmosphere that could probably do it. But it's this was a good day for America. I just hate seeing the Democrats are too damn too big of crybabies and too big of just trying to stir up something that's not there. And running their mouths. Look at AOC. The first thing out of her mouth was this is impeachment. This should be impeached over this.
Always.
Bernie wouldn't shut up. And hear that old fossil. I wished he'd take his old dusty ass back to Vermont or wherever he come from and just shut up for a while. It's they've been rejected. Over and over and over. The crowd that they're pulling in is a bunch of dumbass teenagers and people like that wants nothing. They're not ever going to vote. All they want is what they can get from the government for nothing, and or from the American taxpayer. And I just wish the hell they'd shut up, man. I really do. It just get on board, people. It's just you don't have to like Trump, but the policies and everything that we've kind of set forth, and they're talking over 1,500 Iranian nationals has come across that border illegally. Some they got turned around and put back. But we had an open policy pretty much for immigrants. Iranian immigrants coming in. Hell, we've let over 1 million come in. Up until Trump put a stop to it. In 2023, he just did it. But I mean, it was. Up until 2023, they were coming in, by the, legal way. And then, of course, Biden, once he started his crap, he just said, hell with it, let them cross the border. However, we'll just keep them. But Trump, he's stopped the Iranians from coming in right now. I'm surprised they didn't sue about that. Say, hell, let them in, But we're going to see what happens, man. It's going to be interesting here in the next couple of weeks and see, who's going to show their button and, how the Iranians are going to react to this. I think, they may be getting some people to the negotiating table here before long. We'll just have to wait and see. But yeah, I just want to comment on that, and give my condolences to Knucklebuster. It's, man, I hate hearing it. It's just it's a sad reality of life. We're all going to do it, and it's just. But yeah. I just hate the thought of it. But hang in there, pal. It's tough times right now. And talked to Big Ed today. He was telling me a little bit about his brother, and everything. And his sister's she's not out of the woods yet. So hopefully everything goes good with that. But all right, buddy. I'll talk to you later.
Appreciate you checking in here. Thank you very much, Grump. As you just mentioned, what's the Iranian response going to be? Keep in mind, Israel spent a full week pretty much dominating the airspace over Iran, taking out day after day their ability for air defense, the missile launchers being destroyed. Surely radar sites and things that could have maybe detected some of these planes coming in. So that was a key factor. Several days ago I said, hey, Israel is just clearing the airspace. So when and if the time were to come, we could fly right in, and that's exactly how it unfolded. What do they have left, though? A lot of questions. How many missiles does Iran have left in their arsenal? They've been spending so many of them, lobbing them towards Israel for the past week. Now, Iran says, is reportedly saying they're going to block the Strait of Hormuz, stopping the oil shipments, which would send oil prices soaring. Now, they have no legal authority to block the traffic through Hormuz. Blockage would mean direct combat with U.S. naval assets, including the Fifth Fleet warships patrolling the region. The Supreme National Security Council of Iran has to make the final decision on whether to make that call following the bombing raids. Parliament, they say, this past day was reported to have backed shutting it down. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says he's called on China to encourage Iran to not shut down or attempt to shut down the Strait of Hormuz. He said, I encourage Beijing, call them out about that, because they heavily depend on the Strait of Hormuz for their oil. If they do that, it'll be another terrible mistake. It's economic suicide for them to do it. And we retain options to deal with that. But other countries should be looking at it as well. It's going to hurt other countries' economies a lot worse than ours. But this would be a massive escalation that would indeed merit a response from the U.S. and others. Of course, as far as our authorities are concerned, stating we obliterated their main nuclear sites with those 14 bunker buster bombs, more than 24 Tomahawks. There was over 125 of our aircraft engaged over Iran with that strike. Now, somebody responding, if Iran attempts to block the Strait of Hormuz, it would be a short-lived move, ending, according to this guy, within minutes. Retired Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Kornikus, who's a former spokesman for the Israeli Defense Forces. He said U.S. and allied forces would swiftly counter any Iranian attempt to block the strait, warning Tehran that escalating military actions would jeopardize their entire regime's survival. Let's see. He said Iran faces a critical choice after they did indeed launch more missiles at Israel Sunday. They're between a rock and a hard place. Do they continue to escalate or kind of concede the tactical defeat and the demise of their nuclear weapons program? They did launch a barrage of missiles into Tel Aviv, which reportedly caused some injuries and significant damage. Meanwhile, Yemen's Houthi rebels announced their support for Iran's retaliation. All right. They can attack American forces. They can try to close the Strait of Hormuz. They can unleash their remaining ballistic missiles towards Israel. They can try to hit U.S., Israeli, or Jewish targets abroad. All those things are at their disposal, but he warned that any Iranian military action, particularly a move to close the strait, that would be met with overwhelming force. Militarily speaking, the Iranians are really in a very sensitive situation. Israel has achieved aerial dominance. The Iranians do not have freedom of operations in Iran. Their navy, their naval assets, their shore-to-sea launchers would be exposed to significant firepower of the U.S. naval vessels. Any Iranian naval vessel or any missile launcher, anything else that would be deployed would be taken out almost instantaneously. It's about 25 past the hour in the inbred redneck on a Monday. Good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Sommers. To old Knuckle Buster, buddy, I feel for you. I hope things turn on there, and I'll pray for you there, big man. But, Steve, I mean, all this craziness, I got about 10 satellite dishes at the house, all pointed in different directions. And I can pick up some pretty wild TV channels. And I was watching old Iowa the other day. Of course, it was in a foreign language. Farsi, I believe. But, yeah, he didn't seem as, how would you put it, enthused as he was before, you know, so. I don't know what's going to happen with this, but I mean, what you was talking about, you know, about blocking the Strait of Hormuz, they're going to try that. Now, I don't know if the U.S. Navy is going to get involved and stop this. But in my mind, if they get the Navy involved and they're out there sinking Iranian ships, I mean, it's going to end up in a war, whether we like it or not.
Correct.
So what I done today was bought some Exxon stock, buddy. I know it's going to go up. I don't want to cause any panic out there, but your gas prices will go up this week, people. So, and they went up a little bit last week. They're going to go up some more. So, if I was any of y'all out there, I would be buying me some gasoline. Filling up the tank. I ain't saying there ain't going to be a shortage or anything, but just something to ease your pocketbook. You know what I'm saying, buddy? I'm out here for the common man.
Right.
And I feel the pain. I feel their pain. It's I'm not too far removed from being a common man myself, you know, so.
Absolutely. Well, speaking of which, there are numerous headlines here at the past several hours that, you know, warning we could see kind of an oil price shock awaiting Iran's response. We'll give you the latest coming up.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is ready to meet with Iran following the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on CNN,
friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brent, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It's refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people love Medishare and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. LaVon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3/4 or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, kind of left off there talking what might the impact be on oil prices. Here this early Monday, Goldman Sachs flagged risks to global energy supply amid concerns over potential disruption there in the Strait of Hormuz. The bank said in a note dated Sunday that they estimate that Brent crude could briefly peak at $110 per barrel if oil flows through the critical waterway were cut in half for a month and remain down by 10% for the following 11 months. Now, let me see. Prices would then moderate. They say Brent averaging about $95 per barrel in the fourth quarter of this year. Oil prices have jumped to their highest level since January, here early this Monday. Goldman highlighted that prediction markets, despite limited liquidity, now reflect a 50% probability of Iran closing the Strait of Hormuz. Well, at least trying to, right? Now, they also noted that a drop in Iranian supply by 1.75 million barrels per day could push Brent to a peak of around $90 per barrel. In one scenario, the bank said a 1.75 million barrels per day drop for 6 months, followed by gradual recovery, could push Brent crude to peak at 90 per barrel before falling to in the 60s by next year. In the second sub-scenario, where Iranian production remains persistently lower, Brent could still peak at 90 but stabilize between 70 and 80 per barrel next year. To reduced inventories. Now, while the events in the Middle East are fluid, we think that the economic incentives, including for the U.S. and China, to try and prevent a sustained disruption of the strait would be strong. Mentioned a bit ago, Iran's Supreme National Security Council has to make the final decision on whether to close the strait or not. Now, they also projected European natural gas markets, including the TTF benchmark, to price in a higher probability of disruption. The bank noted U.S. natural gas prices would face limited impacts due to structural factors such as strong export capacity, minimal domestic LNG imports needed. That was the very latest, again, from Reuters and the update on where oil prices might be going. I pulled up the numbers here just a few minutes ago, and Yeah, oil up like 1% this morning at like 74 per barrel still. So you will see where it goes, Redneck.
Yeah, buddy. I mean, I ain't telling everybody in the world I'm the smartest man in the world. I tend to keep my eye on stuff. You know, you can't never tell what's going to happen. The worst thing in life is take a tiger, put it in a cage, and poke it. Sooner or later, it'll figure out some way of getting at you. You know what I'm saying, buddy?
Mm-hmm.
And what I fear is old Iran starts slinging bombs over towards Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and everything else, and just cause a big old mess over there, buddy. And our economy is so fragile right now, people don't even realize it, you know. I think if I was president, this wouldn't have happened, you know. But, and, you know, the way it goes, you can't live on what ifs, you know.
Yes, sir.
But, you know, I noticed Bitcoin fell and then it sort of rose a little bit. I don't know what it's sitting at now. It's been about 4 hours since I checked it, but it dropped below 100,000. It was around 9,000 there for a while today, or yesterday, however you want to put it. And last I checked, it was up 101. So, but I would say for sure tomorrow the stock market is going to crash out. It's going to look ugly. So, you know, people shouldn't panic and start selling off their 401ks or whatever. It's an absolutely wrong thing to do. The thing to do right now is to buy in. And if you see something that you always wanted, but you said, that's a little bit high, well, tomorrow may be your day. It may be the day you want to buy in and grab up some deals out there.
Mm-hmm.
I would say this whole week, until about maybe Thursday, maybe Friday morning, it's a good time to buy. So, yeah, but buddy, I heard about you going to the air show and all that. All the heat and everything, buddy. I do want to remind people up here on the farm, clothing is optional. You know, we've been dipping down at night, you know, in the mid-70s, but I've got, well, 2 rooms that are air-conditioned in the house there, and that's it, buddy. I mean, what has happened to people? I mean, even me growing up here in Kentucky, when I was a kid, we never had no air conditioner. I mean, the houses were built a lot different than what they are now, but, yeah, I don't think I lived in a house that had air conditioner until about 1994, something like that. And half the time I come in work and turn it off because I was working asphalt at the time. And, you know, you go from about 150 degrees to 200 degrees every day out there working, you know, on that hot asphalt. And then come home and it's 70 degrees, man, you'll chill to death. So I turn it off. I think it's how I lost my first wife, buddy. To tell you.
You baked her out.
You know? Oh, yeah, man. Hey, you know how them women are. They're a bit, how would you put it? They can't handle them temperature swings. I put it that way. Yeah. But, I'd say you got the pole up and going, don't you, bud?
That is affirmative.
Well, that's good, buddy. That's good. You know, if it gets a little bit hot up here, we got an old natural spring that runs out of the mountain. And if you don't know no better, you look at it and you say, that's a waterfall. It ain't a waterfall. I mean, it's just a spring shooting on the side of the mountain. But, there ain't nothing like going to it. It being like 95, and you go under that spring, and the water coming out there is about 55 degrees. Let me tell you, you'll cool down real quick. And, you know, there's the little joys in life, you know. So all you people out there, you know, just forget about all this modern convenience. It's making you soft. You got to get away from it. It's just like the other day I went to the doctor, Steve. Let him check me out, you know.
Yeah.
And, you know what this guy said to me? He said, you're 10 years older than me, and you're in better shape than I am. He said, your cholesterol and everything else is good, but we got to get you on something. We got to put you on something. He said, you got any problems in the bedroom? I said, no. I said, oh, that's going good. He said, well, I mean, a man of your age ought to have a little help. And I told him, I said, that's why I get that other girl to come in there. I said, that's all the help I need. 2 girls. We're cooking, and he about fell out, buddy. But, you know, he was also telling me, he said, it looks like we're going to have to remove your tonsils. I said, well, they've been in here for 53 damn years. I mean, why would you want to take out my tonsils now?
Right.
Well, he told me, he said, well, everybody else ain't got any. He said, you should be like everybody else. I said, no. I said, that's the whole gist of my life. I got to be different, you know. I said, they've been in there this long. I said, is there something wrong with it, cancer on them or something? No, but we need to get them out. We got to get them out of it. But I know you had that one lady that was a nurse that used to call you. I ain't heard her in a while.
Yeah, always moving.
Yeah. But anyway, I mean, if there's anybody else out there that's got some medical experience or medical training, you know, I wish they would enlighten me on why I should have my tonsils removed.
I think.
Have you got your tonsils?
No, mine were taken out when I was like 6 years old. But I think your hillbilly doctor just wants to make a few bucks. You're just looking to. You got to find something to get some money out of you there, redneck. All right, Pappy got you coming up into the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, what do you say? How about it? The greatest day of the week. Morning, Pappy.
What's going on, Steve? Well, real quick, just get some more prayers to Knucklebuster and Big Ed there. I'm thinking about him in this time of bereavement. But all right, Steve, let's move on to the big show here, man. You know what's funny is Friday night we were pumping the brakes on everything, and bam!
Yeah, right. Was that all diversionary tactics?
Yeah, sir, I believe so. Steve, listen, it's real easy to get caught up in the moment, especially for patriots and former military personnel. It's real easy to get caught up in the moment. It's like watching a boxing match, right? When your guy lands a good punch on Saturday night, man, you stand up and cheer. You're like, yeah, man. Your team scores a touchdown. Easy to get caught up in the moment. Let me tell you, Steve, this game ain't over yet, brother.
Mm-hmm.
It was kind of interesting. Scarecrow actually texted me. Right about the time we started hearing something, right? Saturday. And he sent me a link to this YouTuber. I've seen this guy before. This YouTuber, he monitors air traffic, including military air traffic. And let me say this first, like Grump and I both stated last week, if we do hit, right, I hope we hit the nuke sites and get out, which that's exactly what Trump did. So, but anyway, so this YouTuber was all excited. He's showing the B-2s going westbound, and they're on comms talking to air traffic control. And I already heard that some took off eastbound. So I texted Scarecrow back. I said, listen, man, this YouTuber guy, I mean, he knows, sounds like he really knows what he's talking about, but I'm like, man, we're going westbound, and they're on comms talking to the air traffic control, and I said, that's a diversion. These B-2s aren't going to be on comms, Steve. So, as it turned out, that was kind of the case. I think they said Trump went into the skiff around, 5, 6 o'clock p.m. Eastern Standard Time?
Mm-hmm.
When he went in the situation room. That's when they went into the situation room. That's when the bombs were being dropped while they were in there. So the damage was already done. before we started hearing about it, the bombs were already dropped, obviously. So we got a couple real big questions here that we obviously touched on last week. You obviously touched on them tonight. I think the big number one question is, did we get it all, Steve? They showed some satellite photos of a line of trucks up at that Fort Dow site day before we hit.
Correct.
So I'm trying to think of a kind of a way to explain this. Say you got a manufacturing plant. Let's just say a car manufacturing plant, right? And you don't want this manufacturing plant to make any cars. So you bomb the manufacturing plant and destroy it. Well, how many cars were already pulled out of there, Steve, and put in a garage somewhere else? So I just hope we got all of it. And who knows, because we've talked about, do they really have a bomb? They've been saying 25 years ago they're weeks, months away from getting a bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Do they already got one? If they did have one, or do have one, did we get it? And if they got one and we didn't get it, things could get real interesting.
So I guess the question is the enriched uranium, the centrifuges that, supposedly the centrifuges had been moved to a safe place is what they've been saying. What value are the centrifuges if you don't have the facilities to do anything with them? I mean, is there any concern about that?
Well, they hit the sites, Steve, that are enriching the uranium. The 235 probably they're enriching it, right? So, and then again, if they have an atomic bomb, which is 1940s technology, a little bit different than nuclear bombs. When you got the type that was dropped on Nagasaki and Hiroshima, they had Fat Man and Little Boy. And when you split the atom, where we get an atomic bomb, see, the way these atomic bombs were actually made is that they took a artillery cannon, put it inside them bombs, and they actually blasted an artillery round into that atomic material, which caused it to react. I know it's a lot more complicated than that, but that's the simple breakdown. So, do they got an atomic? I don't know. It's technology going way back. It's not like some of this nuclear megaton, type of weapons that China, Russia, North Korea has nukes, Steve. So, I don't know. We'll see. And second, the question is, what's Iran's response going to be? Might take days, weeks, or even months to know, Steve. They could do the old Roberto Duran, right, in the old slot. No mas, no mas. All right, I give up. We give up. Yeah, I believe them as far as I can throw them. What if they say, all right, we're going to play nice now, you got us, and sit down and do nothing? Then about, 4 months before the primary's getting ready to hit, they launch some sleeper cells or something. I'm just thinking outside the box here, Steve. Trying to, anyway. If they do retaliate, how effective is it going to be? If they go to block the Straits, Steve, we're not going to let them block the Straits of Hormuz. That's not going to happen. They can.
And it's not only us, but yeah, I think we would have some assistance on that department. Hey, hold the thought. We'll return.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is ready to meet with Iran following the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Rubio says the ball is now in Iran's court when it comes to negotiations.
If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. Yeah. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
President Trump says any retaliation by Iran will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. The action comes after the White House said Trump would decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. would get involved in that conflict. New York Governor Kathy Hochul says counterterrorism protections have been put in place in New York.
Hochul says that while there is no specific or credible threat, she acknowledges that New York has large Jewish and Muslim communities and that her top priority is the safety of New Yorkers. In a statement, she went on to say that she's been in close contact with state police, Homeland Security, as well as counterterrorism and cybersecurity experts. She added, as a precaution, the MTA and Port Authority are partnering with local law enforcement and the state police and will continue safety patrols outside houses of worship and other at-risk sites. I'm Lisa Salvati.
At least one House Democrat believes President Trump's decision to strike Iran could lead to impeachment.
In a post on X, Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez says the president's disastrous decision to bomb Iran without authorization is a grave violation of the Constitution and congressional war powers. She went on to say he has impulsively risked launching a war that may ensnare us for generations. Ocasio-Cortez ended her post with, "It's absolutely and clearly grounds for impeachment." Other Democrats have also criticized Trump's decision, including House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries and California Congresswoman Sarah Jacobs. Jonathan O'Halloran, New York.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Alcohol consumption is being linked to an increased risk of pancreatic cancer.
A new study by the World Health Organization gathered research from nearly 2.5 million people across 4 continents and found a modest but significant link between alcohol and pancreatic cancer, regardless of sex or if the person smoked. The study shows that an extra 10 grams of alcohol consumed per day is associated with a 3% increase in the risk of pancreatic cancer. I'm Michael Kastner.
The Trump administration is reportedly reversing its recent decision to halt immigration raids on undocumented workers in agriculture, hotels, and restaurants.
The change came just days after the original plan was announced. The Department of Homeland Security informed ICE offices about the shift during a Monday call. As reported by the Washington Post, the decision follows the president's acknowledgement that his aggressive deportation efforts were affecting these industries by removing essential workers. I'm Brian Shook.
A spacecraft manufacturing business is planning to expand operations in Washington state.
Portal Space Systems is building a spacecraft called Supernova. It'll be used in long-range missions for commercial and defense purposes. They currently have an 8,000 square foot facility and will build a 50,000 square foot facility. By 2027, Portal Space Systems plans to build 1 Supernova spacecraft a month. The business currently has 21 employees, which will increase to 100 employees by the end of 2027. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
As a doctor, I've seen too many women with breast cancer who could have avoided extensive treatment or even death had they just gotten an annual mammogram. Every major medical organization experienced in breast cancer recommends annual mammograms for women 40 and older. Please, if you're 40 or older, get a mammogram every year. If you have a family history or other risk factors, talk to your doctor about what's right for you. To find an accredited center, visit mammography-saves-lives.org.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, as we get another hour underway, something we've been talking off and on about for weeks as we debated, will the U.S. get involved? And that is, what about possible threats here in the homeland? A National Terrorism Advisory System Bulletin issued Sunday that there is a heightened threat as far as the environment here in the U.S. after the strikes on the nuclear sites while not citing any specific threats, said that low-level cyber attacks against U.S. networks by pro-Iranian hacktivists are likely. Cyber actors affiliated with the Iranian government may conduct attacks on the U.S. networks. Further notes that multiple potential lethal Iranian-backed plots in the United States have been disrupted by law enforcement since 2020. Now, this ongoing conflict could also motivate violent extremists and hate crime perpetrators seeking to attack targets. They further warn there is a likelihood that violent extremists in the homeland could independently turn to violence if Iran's leadership issues a religious ruling calling for retaliatory violence against the United States. Now, multiple sources tell CBS News intelligence analysts started pulling the document together earlier this month. The full document, officially made public again this past day by the Department of Homeland Security, added that multiple recent homeland terror attacks have been motivated by anti-Semitic or anti-Israel sentiment. The ongoing Israel-Iran conflict could contribute to U.S.-based individuals plotting additional attacks. President Trump has warned Iran against retaliation and called for work toward a peace agreement, threatening to target more sites if peace does not come quickly. Somebody have been saying, unlike some previous presidents who maybe all talk and draw a red line in the sand and then when it's crossed not respond, Trump does not work that way. You've got several foreign terror organizations, Hamas, Lebanese, the Hezbollah, the Houthis, the Popular Front for the Liberation of Palestine, which have all called for violence against U.S. assets and personnel in the Middle East. After Israel attacked Iran, the Iranian government has declared the United States complicit for Israel's attack and will almost certainly condemn direct U.S. involvement. No joke about that. Law enforcement officials in New York said Saturday night they were going to deploy more resources to certain areas of that city. There are numerous cities around the country kind of doing the same. It's kind of a heightened threat environment, I guess, as they call it here in the U.S. right now. All right, welcome back, Pappy.
Thanks for holding me over, Steve. I'm a big Andy Griffiths fan, man. Right? Old Mayberry RF. Do you remember the episode where Opie was being bullied? And he come home with a black eye, and one of the boys was taking his lunch money, and Barney wanted to give Opie some pointers on how to fight.
Yep. I do.
Remember that one? And Andy finally told him. Son, you're going to have to stand up to him. And it finally did. It come to a showdown where kid walked up to Opie the next day and put his hand out like, give me your lunch money. Opie said, no, you ain't getting it today. And he's like, oh, you're trying to be a tough guy, huh? Well, I dare you to knock this stick off my shoulder. Opie knocked it off. The guy took his foot and drug a line across it. I dare you to step across the line. Opie stepped across the line. Boy went home. Nothing happened. Opie kept his money. Steve, the United States Naval Forces have a Dagon dog. I'm about ready to sit on his head. Naval Forces, man, have been protecting sea lanes since World War II. Make no mistake about it, our naval forces are the best on the planet. I'm surprised there hasn't been some more talk about the Suez Canal. When you do a med cruise, you got to go through the Suez Canal to get to the Red Sea. And Steve, you can see land on both sides.
Mm-hmm.
A lot smaller than the Straits of Hormuz here. But with that said, we were talking about, what if they try to block the straits? Well, obviously the United States Navy is going to be in there protecting any ships trying to go through. I believe it's 18 to 22% of the world's oil goes through there a day. What if Iran takes a bunch of their own ships out there, Steve, and scuttles them in an attempt to block the straits? If they are successful, Steve, that's a big deal. Oil prices, who knows how high they would go? $150, $200 a barrel. You said it before. You talk about pissing off some other countries too. So I don't know, man. We talk about inflation, and we talked about it a little bit last week. I'm worried if we get drawn into a punching match, what is this going to do to Trump's economic policy here at home?
Right.
Is it going to ruin this recovery? Steve, worst case scenario, they hit a U.S. warship. If they're lucky enough to hit a U.S. warship, the American people are going to stand up, and Trump is going to rain hell down on the Iranian regime. Make no mistake about it, man. That's what kind of, if he blocks the straits, okay. I don't know if we'll go in there and take care of business, but I'm telling you, Steve, if they hit a warship, that's what scares me. We got several carriers over there. I forget how many ships now. I mean, Steve, that are in a carrier group. You got destroyer escorts, destroyers, light cruisers, submarines, and task force. God forbid, man. I think the Nimitz now is over in the IO, just entering the Indian Ocean. I don't know. What if they put a bunch of ammo in a daggone little boat, right, and try to ram it into like they did to Cole, right? Remember USS Cole?
Yeah, sure.
I mean, it was parked in dock now, so it's not like this was open seas. But Steve, what if they do some kamikaze attacks and try to ram a ship? I mean, we got some of the best close quarters weaponry to stop that from happening. But Steve, anything could happen. They could get lucky, man. Or if they got cruise missiles. I mean, we got anti-missile batteries. We got the Sea Whiz. We got all this stuff on these boats to protect. But Steve, they could get lucky, man. They've already launched attacks on warships. We know that. Remember when which aircraft carrier was it? I think it was an F-18 went overboard.
Yeah, about a month ago. Yeah.
They had to take an evasive action due to some incoming. That's why that happened.
From the Houthis.
Yes, sir. They have launched drones and missiles at our warships over there. We have just shot them all down. So that's my biggest fear. If that happens, make no mistake about it, we're in it then. We are in it with both feet. And I'm just worried what it's going to do to the economy here, to this whole recovery at home. Just have to wait and see what happens, Steve. That's all we can do, man. Hope for the best. You mentioned it there at the break, the cyber attacks, I didn't know it. I think I heard it on Stephen Bannon's War Room, that they got one hell of a cyber, just like China. Push a couple buttons, turn some power plants off. Steve, we are living right now in his historical times, man. We're living through it, man. So let's hope years from now, when we're bouncing our little grandbabies on our knees, that we're around to tell them the story. Because I'm telling you, there's been some people making comments, Steve. Listen, man. Turn Iran into a glass
parking lot. Yeah, that's...
Listen, man, I am telling you right now, we are not going to be the first one to launch any nuclear attack against anyone. We are not going to be the first one to push a button. We better not be. Even if it's a tactical nuke. You heard the news talking about, maybe the bunker busters we might have to launch a tactical nuke. No, we ain't. Dude, I'm telling you. One of them goes off, it's like a chain reaction. Everybody panics, and everybody that has them pushes the button. And kiss us all goodbye. That's how close we are, Steve. I'm telling you, man. All right, buddy. I appreciate you taking the call. Went out and cut the grass today. It was a little on the warm side. Kind of waited for the sun to go down. Definitely sweated a little bit. Felt good, though. I was ready for some heat, man.
Yeah, there you go.
And you got the pool open. Maybe you'll get some heat into that water. Maybe by the 4th of July when the party breaks off. I got some protesters lined up, Steve. They're going to block the streets for us.
Okay.
It's all set.
All right.
All right. All right. Thanks a bunch for taking the call, Steve. Be safe.
Have a great morning. Greatest day of the week, by the way. Yeah, here in the Midwest and the eastern U.S., the dangerously hot temperatures. The temperature was already at 80 degrees in Chicago this past morning at 7:30 a.m. Forecasted call for heat indices of 100 to 105 there. Heat index in Pittsburgh expected to top 105 this past day. Temperature in Columbus, Ohio was 77 at 8:30 a.m. as well. They saw a heat index of like 104. Second straight day of extreme heat across the Midwest and the East Coast. Heat indices Saturday were 103 in Chicago, 101 in Madison, Wisconsin, which turned that city's annual naked bike ride into a sticky, sweaty affair. Minneapolis, heat index of 106. Now, the heat is going to persist here into the new week. Hottest temperature shifting eastward. New York City, you're going to see highs about 95 here for today and Tuesday. Boston is on track for highs approaching 100 on Tuesday. Washington, D.C. expected to hit 100 both Tuesday and Wednesday of this week.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
All right, we got us a Monday, kicking off a new week. Let's see what Eagle has happening here. How was your weekend first?
Yeah, we got back on the road today, so I left home today on Sunday. Yeah. So for a couple of days, back on the road, rolling again. Yeah, I didn't get a chance to see the NASCAR race today, but I heard it wasn't much of a race from what I was told. I didn't miss too much. I forgot I knew a Toyota driver won, but I'm not sure who it was. So that's never good when Toyota wins. And I don't know. I didn't get a chance to see the NHRA drag racing. I don't know who won that either because I was pretty busy driving today. Maybe tomorrow I can catch up on things. I'll listen to the radio. Hey, listen, Steve. Hey, man, I've told you this. I've told you this before about this issue with the Iran and the U.S. And you might not like my opinion because, see, you as you know, I don't believe in playing games and beating around the bush when it comes to this type of situation. And I've told you this before. Now, as for the leader of Iran, I've talked to you about this guy before. This guy here, he shouldn't even be around right now. We shouldn't even be talking about this guy. He should be in a cemetery somewhere. Because, see, this guy is the root of the problem to begin with. And, I'm not going to listen to people anymore talking about negotiate. This guy had 60 days. He had 60 days to make a deal. He ain't done a damn thing. And he ain't going to do nothing. You give him another 60 days, and he still ain't going to make no deal. Because he don't want no deal. The only deal he want is a nuclear weapon in his arsenal. That's the only deal he want is a nuclear weapon. Simple as that. So you can't negotiate with him. And as for these losers that's talking about Trump went above his cause and did what he did.
Right.
I want to ask these people a question, Steve. If he goes to Congress and they talk 2-3 weeks before they decide to let him take some military action, by that time, my man over there in Iran, he already don't move the nuclear supplies to another location. He's already moved all his people to a new location. He's already done his thing. Then they wonder why they play this ring around the rosies game, trying to why they say, well, we didn't get the job done, so we might have to do it again. You have to do it like Trump did yesterday. You have to go in and say, in Congress, if they want to agree with you, great. If they don't, then go ahead and get the job done, and you deal with the consequences after. Because anybody knows, you don't have to be a genius to figure out what happened, Steve. When he was at the G7 meeting last week and he left early for a reason. He said he had an emergency. The emergency was they had satellite photos and videos of trucks outside of the mountain where this nuclear material was being. This guy was trying to move this nuclear material to another location. That's why Donald Trump went in when he had no choice but to go in and try to put a stop to it. And that's exactly what he did, was put a stop to it. Now, as for Iran, they know it's been more than 24 hours, and I'm not going to say they're not going to do anything because the clock is ticking. But they know that there's a different man in the White House right now, as we've already talked about. Joe Biden is no longer the president, and that's a good thing, not a bad thing. Joe Biden, Kamala, I promise you, and anybody, I heard somebody say this on TV today, and you already know this, Steve. If Kamala Harris was president of the USA, Iran would already have a nuclear weapon if she would have got into the White House this year. Because you could best believe. Let me ask you something, Steve. Do you think Kamala Harris would have took this action that Donald Trump took yesterday?
Absolutely not. No, but hell no. All right, so yeah, that's a good place to pause there. But hell no, she wouldn't. We'll get our news break and come back with more. A new week, Monday. Summertime is here. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is ready to meet with Iran following the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Rubio says the ball is now in Iran's court when it comes to negotiations.
If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
In a Truth Social post on Saturday, President Trump says any retaliation by Iran will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. The action comes after the White House said Trump would decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. would get involved in that conflict. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.21. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Yazoo County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret,
Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers.
All right, indeed, we do have some industry headlines we'll get to here as we roll on to the late night, early morning hours. Of course, we left off there, and I'm going to let Eagle finish up here in a moment. But very interesting how things have kind of unfolded. A week after the Israel seriously compromised the nuclear program, wiping out nearly all of their top scientists. Some new details emerging, beginning to come out. According to multiple sources, the operation to take out the scientists, which was a sub-operation within the Operation Rising Lion, that's the name given to the attacks on Iran. This was called Operation Narnia. The Jerusalem Post said the name, taken from the fantasy world in C.S. Lewis's Chronicles of Narnia books, reflecting the operation's improbable nature. Indeed, the operation managed to wipe out 9 of the top 10 scientists in Iran's nuclear program. All 9 were sleeping in their beds when they were killed. Israel decided to time the operation at night, simultaneously, so no time for anyone to be tipped off. The 10th scientist was killed shortly thereafter in subsequent strikes on Iranian leadership at the country's nuclear weapons and ballistic missile programs. Killed using a special weapon whose details were barred from publication. As we said, the 10th scientist was killed shortly thereafter. That was the Thursday-Friday Israeli operation, strikes on Iran's ballistic missiles, but Not clear what method they used to kill these scientists, but we've witnessed the remarkable ingenuity in tracking down their enemies, catching them in situations where they're unaware of the danger. Yeah, the most recent example was the operation where they used the explosive pagers, eliminating much of Hezbollah's leadership. Intelligence in Israel went so far as to license and build a pager with a plastic explosive. One of the components of the bomb that took down the Pan Am flight in 1988, Flight 103, PETN, creating an elaborate backstory for the pager model organized by Hezbollah leadership. The organization had switched to pagers after they realized Israel had infiltrated their cellular networks. That attack killed at least 40 people. Not sure if this was a similar operation or if a different strategy was employed to kill the scientists here, but all the Iranian scientists had been tracked for years by Israeli intelligence. The decision to eliminate them was actually made, they say, last November. They felt that the killing of the scientists was the most important part because the military leadership and the equipment killed would be more easily replaceable, while the knowledge held by the scientist would be much more difficult to ascertain. So rather interesting. All right, welcome back, Eagle. And we kind of left off there. No, Kamala Harris, as we said, would not have responded to this. It'd be a different game.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it would. Okay, but here's the deal, Steve. Tomorrow, probably all hell probably gonna break loose in Washington D.C. with a lot of Democrats and even the turncoat Republicans saying that they want Donald Trump to be impeached, which is going to go absolutely nowhere because they're not going to get enough votes to get him out.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to get enough votes to get him out, so they can save all the paperwork and time. They could be concentrating on more important issues such as the immigration and trying to get rid of this leader out there. I mean, that's what they need to be focusing on, but they're too stupid. They got the Donald Trump in the brain syndrome. Donald Trump 24 hours a day. Donald Trump, he's only trying to do what's best for America. This man here, Iran cannot have the materials to make a nuclear weapon because they will use it. They're not going to just have this bomb in their arsenal just to say they got one. This man actually would use it if he had it. So that's why he can't have one, and that's why it's an emergency anytime this guy's name come up or Iran comes up. And if he refuses, so as far as the leader goes, I've already told you how I felt about him. I think I'm not going to say I can't predict the future, but as of right now, it looked like this guy got the message, or maybe he might be working on a plan for the United States, or to try to hurt Americans in the future. But as of it's been more than 24 hours, and he hasn't done anything towards the U.S. as of yet. So here's how it goes, just like Rubio said and Trump said it himself, and I'm saying it too to that loser over there in Iran. If any American, if this guy decides that he wants to put his hands on any American that's overseas on a military base with a missile attack or whatever he wants to do, then that'll be the end of the game for him. It'll be game over for you, my man. So the best thing for him to do, Steve, is go ahead on and sign the deal. And if he want to continue on living, because if he decides to go the other route, just like Trump and Rubio said, he's going to meet death. See, Steve, Donald Trump, he's been hitting at you, people, for a long time ago. We have military equipment that Donald Trump said that he doesn't even want to use. He doesn't even want to talk about because it's so destructive. And, I don't even know what the hell he has or what the U.S. has. But believe me, it's not good. And this guy over there in Iran doesn't want to be the test subject. He doesn't want to find out what it's all about. So if I was the guy, I would go ahead on and cooperate and forget about his nuclear aspirations. He's already in his 80s to begin with. And from what I'm hearing, the people over there in Iran are tired of him and his regime. And as far as that goes, there needs to be a new regime over there in Iran. You know, people talking about we don't go for regime. Yeah, they need to have one. They need to get a new, younger version of somebody that's not radical and somebody that's actually going to try to cooperate with the countries around the world and not be this Mr. Tough guy like this guy. So we do need to get a new man in there in Iran, and so we can keep things under control for those people who say that they don't want to regime. Why would you want to keep a man like that in power? You've already seen what the guy's all about. So I praise Donald Trump for what he did. And you know, another thing, I talked to another guy, Steve, that was in the military. What the hell do you think we buy? Do you know how much a B-2 bomber costs? What the hell are you going to buy this type of equipment for and these type of bombs if you're not going to use it? Just to keep them in storage, to collect cobwebs on them, or just to look at them. Look how pretty this plane is. We are the only country that has a plane that looks like this. No, you build these planes for a reason. You build these planes to get the job done, and that's exactly what Donald Trump and those pilots that flew from Missouri all the way to Iran and back did. They went over there and got the job done. They didn't worry about how pretty and how good looking the plane was. They used the plane for what it was made for, to go over there and kick ass in Iran. And I thank you for taking my call tonight.
There you go. All right. Thank you much, Eagle. Yeah, I took a few days off last week. Spent some time at the Home 20. We all need a little break now and again. Switching over to the world of racing. Yeah, on the heels of the race there in Mexico City, which, for the most part, went off without any major issues, violence and whatnot. Driver Carson Hocevar said he wished Mexico City was safer. While they were there in Mexico City, he said, I couldn't go anywhere. A NASCAR driver, too honest about his experience while he was hosting a live stream, which got him in a bit of hot water. The team feels he needs a bit of re-education. He is currently the 20th ranked driver in the Cup Series. Was preparing for the Viva Mexico 250 race in Mexico City, live streaming using a driver's simulator for practice on the track, with the question from a viewer, are you a fan of the track? He began describing his experience in Mexico City, and it was his description of the lack of safety that got him in a lot of hot water. He said, if it wasn't so easy to feel so locked down, like you can't leave anywhere, I think it'd be a great experience. But again, by saying if the travel was better, if getting here was easier, if you felt safer going to and from everywhere, it would be a much better experience. But he didn't stop there. He then unleashed even more description of the trip that he was kind of holding back. He said, if it wasn't such a shish kebab hole, we'll say, do you know what I mean? If the track limits were a little better enforced, if it was going to be a little bit better of a race, and it wasn't so easy to feel so locked down, it would be an absolutely great experience. If you take out all those unbelievable, but he said the track itself is fun. It's a great venue. Didn't take long for his racing team at Spire Motorsports to conspire with NASCAR for a hefty fine of $50,000 and a number of excuses from the team as to why his comments were not necessary. In a press release, Spire Motorsports said Hocevar's fine would be split between the Mexican Red Cross, a nonprofit battling childhood malnutrition, and local non-government organizations that improve education, health, and housing in 22 Mexican states. He is now the subject of mandatory cultural sensitivity training and bias awareness training. with the team citing the word respect written on their cars as a reason for the training. All right, he issued an apology on his X page where he did a complete 180 on his previous remarks about the city. Yeah, whoa, everybody, the truth is the truth. Yeah, you guys want me to be me? Well, it was me who said it. It was me who apologized after actually taking the time to explore the city and feel the passion of every fan in attendance. I appreciate the opportunity to learn, and I knew before this weekend that respect means what respect means to this organization. I did not meet the standards, so I got what I deserved. I said, on top of lessons in the public eye, he said, I brought negative attention to the team and chalked it up to kind of growing up in front of the fans. It's just me. I'm trying. Okay. Looks like Brain Dead is on board. Got you coming up. Philip checks in from Florida just ahead the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Another day, another hot one. Did you have a good hot weekend there, Brain Dead?
Oh, yeah. I finally figured out the gauge at when to cut the grass. Now, we got a little Chihuahua Jack Russell mix. Now, she's got the body of a Chihuahua, but the height, the hyperness and the markings of a Jack Russell. So whenever you have to take her outside, and she keeps running to the door and taking her back out and running back to the door, and finally after a little bit of time, she goes, you know what, I have to go outside to go do my business. Yeah, it's time to cut the grass. So I had to cut the grass today before I came in. But anyway, I don't know if you've seen this yet or not, Steve, but the business world lost a true legend and icon. Did you happen to see this over the weekend?
Yeah, I did catch that. I haven't mentioned it. Go ahead.
Fred Smith passed away. Now, I'm going to tell you this. If you ever get the chance to Google and read the story about how FedEx got started, et cetera, it's really something good to watch. Now, I know they're on this show that
what is it, the Brains That Built America or something like that. And Dingbat told me something interesting. She said that the sort center in Memphis every day sorts 1 billion packages. 1 billion packages a day. My cousin's brother-in-law retired out there as a tug driver, and he told me years ago, he said from the time that plane lands to the time that plane takes off is 30 minutes. 30 minutes. That plane does not stay on the ground that long. It's just amazing. Now, she also did tell me, too, that on the Saturday, I think it was, that they were supposed to have a family get-together for all the FedEx employees, and people were noticing that he wasn't there, and they kind of got worried and concerned, and then all of a sudden this news dropped. But Dingbat could tell you stories because she knows people from his inner circle, and I don't know all those stories, because I'll probably twist one or two up. So the business world lost that big icon this past weekend. But did you hear? But now you remember the TV show Sanford and Son, correct?
Of course, yeah. You big dummy.
Hey! I resemble that. No, anyway. No, the fiance that played for Fred Sanford passed away. I don't remember her name at all, but she passed away. And there was a guy on Key Hall that passed away too. Gunther. I can't pronounce his name, but I seen that he passed away here today. So we lost a lot of big legends this weekend, buddy.
Wow.
But our condolences go out to Knuckle Buster. I cannot fathom and imagine losing your wife for 45 years. My mom and dad were married for 49 before my mother passed away. I just couldn't imagine what it would be like. And it's like I heard a podcast, and a gentleman said on there, he said, death is nothing but a new address. We're going to leave our earthly bodies and move into a spiritual body to where we will be reunited with everybody that has passed away. So, now, to the sports world, Steve. Now, you were talking that Carson Hocevar had that comment, too. Well, I think it was his spotter or one of the other spotters got fired for making something along that similar lines. Did you see that?
Now, that I did not.
Yep, there was that. And, yeah. Do you happen to have your bubble wrap handy? Because this next one, you beat your head against the wall again.
Okay.
Trust me. Front Row Motorsports and 2311 are suing NASCAR, and the judge told them that they need to come up with some form of mediation before this trial. It would be in both parties' interest to have a mediation, an agreement. Now, the 2311 Front Row went back to the judge and says, well, let's start with NASCAR divesting themselves from the track, because it is a competition, so to speak. Because when you look at the revenue sharing, the tracks get a little slice of the pie, and NASCAR gets a little slice, and teams get a little slice. But when you add it up, if NASCAR owns the tracks, they're getting that slice of pie plus a little bit extra. Because I'm thinking they're using the whole terminology. Because remember this past week, we said that the Lakers sold for like $10 billion.
Yeah.
And I imagine that this is what they're going to the other teams for and saying, listen, we could have got this. We could have made this a franchise if we just stuck together. This is, look at $10 billion from, what was it, 40 million? Wasn't it 35 or 40 million that turned into 10 billion? NASCAR could do the same thing. because you wouldn't have to worry about getting these hedge funds and the investment funds coming in. But yeah, Chase Briscoe did win the race this past day on the snooze fest of a race. I'll tell you that right now, because the fuel mileage races just suck. But he did actually went the whole. He actually crossed the finish line, and not long after crossing the finish line, he ran out of gas. So that's how thin they were running that fuel mileage race. So, but yeah, and I don't know if Lauren's listening or not, but Denny Hamlin came in second. So, do you want to?
Yeah, we're almost to the news break here. Yep. Real quick, I came across interesting with this heat wave going on. An interesting tidbit out of Michigan. If you're familiar with Marquette, Michigan, the forecasters there, the meteorologist Brad Sudgen, says because the water, Lake Superior, is still so cold, they could be talking about a wind chill in the 40s, while just several miles inland, it's going to feel like 105 degrees today with the heat index. That is crazy. If you live in the Marquette area, you just head over toward the lakeshore. And that's Mother Nature's natural air conditioning. How about that?
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Democrats are condemning President Trump's decision to bomb Iran's nuclear sites on Saturday night. Senator Adam Schiff on CNN's State of the Union says this is an operation that should have never been authorized by the president.
In the absence of intelligence showing that Iran had made the decision to break out and build a bomb, the intelligence I've seen, and it's been limited, indicates that Iran had certainly enriched uranium but had not made the decision to build a bomb.
Schiff went on to say the strikes on Iran were not constitutional and should have been brought before Congress and could lead to a major outbreak of war. Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran's nuclear program has taken a severe hit after the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on ABC's This Week, Vance says the attack does not mean a drawn-out conflict has begun.
I'd say to people who are worried about a protracted military conflict is, number one, the president, more than anybody, is worried about protracted military conflicts. That is not what we're getting ourselves involved in.
In an address to the nation from the White House, President Trump called the strikes a spectacular military success and said Iran's nuclear enrichment sites have been completely and totally obliterated. The move to strike Iran comes as Israel and Iran have been going back and forth striking each other for over a week. A UN nuclear watchdog agency says there's been no increase in radiation levels at the 3 Iranian nuclear sites that were bombed by the U.S.
The U.S. military sent B-2 bombers into Iran on Saturday with a number of penetrator bombs known as bunker busters intended to reach underground nuclear sites. Early Sunday, the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency released a statement saying it could confirm that, quote, no increase in off-site radiation levels has been reported as of this time at the 3 sites. The agency maintains that it's a neutral global watchdog. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 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 855-SHARE-40.
Health experts are urging a wider use of weight loss drugs.
The American College of Cardiology says doctors should prescribe GLP-1 drugs earlier and not require patients to first try healthier lifestyle changes. In major trials, these drugs have been shown to reduce cardiovascular events, improve heart failure symptoms, and help manage fatty liver disease, but it's not as easy as it sounds. There are barriers, including limited insurance coverage and supply shortages. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A Columbia University graduate student and pro-Palestinian activist released from ICE detention says he will not be silenced.
Mahmoud Khalil arrived at Newark International Airport on Saturday, one day after he was released from a detention center in Louisiana following a federal judge's order. Khalil, who helped organize pro-Palestinian protests on the Columbia University campus, was arrested by ICE agents in March in New York City. The Trump administration has filed a notice of appeal against the judge's ruling that released Khalil. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump says Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is costing the U.S. hundreds of billions of dollars.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump said Powell is truly one of the dumbest and most destructive people in government. He added the Fed board is also complicit. Trump said that Europe has had 10 interest rate cuts and the U.S. has had none in that time. It all comes after the central bank left interest rates unchanged once again this week. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comfort, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
Crossover the midnight hour on the West Coast. Welcome into a Monday. And good morning to Bill. It's 85 degrees and humid. The mosquitoes are out in full force here in Horicon, Wisconsin. All right, watching on the YouTube via the Roku. But tomorrow I'll be starting my new trucking job. Be shuttling frozen pizzas from the plant to the 2 warehouses in Beaver Dam, Wisconsin. That's after, 40 years over the road? Be closer to home, sleep in your own bed every night. What a difference that'll be. All right, so congratulations, Bill. Have a great night, drivers. Be safe out there. Hello to Gary, 77 degrees in Southwest Ohio. Summertime here for sure. All right, meanwhile, 844-844-3388. All right, back with Brain Dead. Thanks for hanging in there.
Thank you, Steve. Yeah. I thought Saturday was, I was going to have to try to get old Rick Friend to calm down there. I mean, he was beside himself. And I tell you this much, that game Saturday between the Cards and the Reds, that was a really good game. 11 innings and lost by 1. So you can't really fault yourself. And I think the Reds beat us today. I don't remember. I didn't quite catch the score because I was watching the NASCAR race. But did you see the fan, the Padres player that took a swing at a fan after a game?
I was seeing a little reel, something about, he's kind of jumping up, swatting at him. I don't know. What was the deal? What happened?
I don't remember. I know it's probably some trash talk or whatnot, because I know people really get, a lot of people in their sports, they really get into their team, like myself with the Cardinals and Rick with the Reds, et cetera, et cetera. You can just keep on going down the line.
So somebody was trash talking probably and got under his skin a little too much, and he wanted to actually knock him out?
Yeah, pretty much. And me personally, I think the suspension was a little too light. They should have also gotten the fan as well. But because the major league, not the Players Association, the owners have really frowned upon the whole incidents like this. And there was also a benches clearing brawl the other night between the was it the Tampa Bay Rays? I think I'm not 100% sure, because I've been kind of tying up some personal matters in my own life, and I haven't really paid attention to a whole lot. But I did see this stuff, Steve. This is kind of interesting, though. Switching subjects here. Now, the slogan for Las Vegas, right?
What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Well, they're talking about changing, Steve. They're talking about changing that slogan. Now, they're taking suggestions for a new slogan or whatnot. And they released on what the number one vote getter is. Would you like to know what it is?
I'm curious. Yeah, what is it?
Come for the shrimp, leave with the crabs.
There you go. That's about, it sounds appropriate. Thank you, Brain Dead. Have a good morning. Have a great day. On down to the Sunshine State. Morning, Philip.
Hey, buddy. First off, I want to tell Knucklebuster him and his family are in our prayers and thoughts. And, that's a tough thing to handle. And I just want to let him know that, Steve. So, and that we'll be thinking about him and praying for him. So, and him and his family both. And but we had a heck of a weekend there now, didn't we, Steve? That's something pretty big what happened over there in Iran. Did you listen to the press conference yesterday morning at the Pentagon, Steve.
I did indeed tune into that live, and as they were breaking it all down and how the diversion tactics they used and the element of surprise, incredible.
There's a few things I got out of that press conference, and it just goes to show you how things are always in the plans, and we don't know about it. And if you remember that general, he said that, we've been practicing this since last year, or even when Biden was in office, they were practicing this scenario. And think about this, and it's, I'm getting off of what happened more or less, but, to think about the equipment that was used. Think about an airplane carrying two 30,000-pound bombs. Now, they had 7 bombers, and they had 14 bombs on those stealths.
Mm-hmm.
That's 60,000 pounds worth of ordnance on each aircraft. That's a lot of weight out there. And you guys all wait every day in these trucks, and you see what's going on out there. That's a lot of stuff, man. And we're the only ones that have the capability of that. That particular ordinance that they had was developed strictly. It had two places that they were going to use it on. That was North Korea and Iran. So it was designed specifically for the job that it did over the weekend. And that's a little part of the little deal that we don't pay attention to when it comes to these missions and what goes on in them and all that stuff. Somebody could have pulled the trigger on this last year, Steve, but they didn't do it. You know what I mean, Steve?
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
It's one of those things, that we have to look at. Now, we're going to have to be a little diligent in what we do and watch what we do, absolutely. Is it going to make prices of everything go up? Probably so, with fuel. And by the way, Steve, how much of their oil, how much oil from over there actually gets used in the United States?
From Iran?
Does anybody ever think about from the Middle East? How much of the oil from the Middle East, and it's a number that I'm going to look up, how much of the world's oil that we use here in the United States actually comes from over there? I got a feeling it's a pretty small percentage. But the way the system is set up, we have to pay for it in one way or another.
Right.
And that's a number that we need to all research, because that just shows to show you how the market is set up. And to tell you the truth, Steve, a lot of these wars that we've encountered over the years, I mean, this goes back even, the Boston Tea Party. We all know it's all been around money, Steve. Am I right or wrong?
Everything revolves around money.
Mm-hmm. And, it's one of those things, like the deal with the Straits. Sure, that's something we're going to have to deal with here. Excuse me while I scan in here. But it's one of those things that we got to deal with. And we're going to have to go through it. And there's a lot of us common folk out there, and that name has been thrown out a lot, common folk. We're going to be paying for it. I mean, my gas went up, almost 20 cents over the weekend? I don't know. How much was it with you, Steve, out there? Have you checked it out yet?
Yeah, we're still, I don't think, we jumped up last week, but it's still hanging at like $3.19 here, last I saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, so it's one of those things we're going to have to pay attention to. And as far as the terrorism stuff goes, we always got to pay attention to that. We found that out on 911, so we need to be diligent with that and not let up on that on a daily basis. That's why we need to kind of stay together instead of protesting, Steve. What do you think? Instead of going out here and burning places down and tearing vehicles up and stuff, we need to pay attention to what's going on around us, because you never know. Somebody might be going to do that to our house. You know what I mean? There's a lot of stuff out there happening. So, That's all I got today, buddy. I appreciate your time. And Knucklebuster, you're in our prayers, buddy. Hang in there. It's a tough one. It's a tough one to hold, and you're going to get through it. Just have faith and keep going, bud. We'll talk to you later. Bye.
All right. Let me see. I did a quick search there, and I've never really understood why do we import oil from other countries and at the same time we export oil. I'm just guessing it's based on the type of oil. Sweet crude versus dirty crude, and we need this. We refine I believe the sweeter stuff, isn't it? That's as far as what we bring in from the Middle East. It's about 12% of all of our crude imports, 12% of petroleum imports, and 12% of crude oil imports. Top suppliers: Canada, Mexico, Saudi Arabia. So while the U.S. does import from the Middle East, it is a smaller portion of the overall imports compared to previous years. Now, we're also a significant exporter of crude oil and petroleum products, further reducing our overall reliance on imports. 2023 was the year the U.S. became a net exporter of petroleum, meaning that we actually exported more than we imported. Again, I'm just assuming it's based on the type of crude and whatnot, what we're shipping out versus what we're bringing in, but 12%. 844-844-3388, a Monday. Welcome aboard the greatest day of the week, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
If you have questions, you can always find the answer, right? Going back to, let's see, it was late January of this year, kind of answering the question, if we're exporting, why are we importing oil? The United States, one of the world's largest oil producers, producing enough crude oil for domestic consumption and exporting millions of barrels daily. In 2023, exported just over 10 million barrels per day to 173 countries and 3 U.S. territories. Yet, We also import roughly 8 million barrels per day, mostly heavy crude, 60% of which comes from Canada. U.S. oil refining capacity stood at 18.4 million barrels per day as of January 1, 2024. This may seem counterintuitive, but there are several reasons why we still bring in imports. And as I surmised, crude oil comes in different grades, categorized by the density: light versus heavy, sulfur content, sweet versus sour. We primarily produce light, sweet crude, which is ideal for gasoline. Many U.S. refiners, especially those along the Gulf Coast, are geared up to process the sour, heavy crude, the kind produced in countries like Canada and Venezuela. Heavy crude is cheaper. The chemical composition allows it to be used in a greater variety of products, such as diesel, jet fuel, petrochemicals. U.S. oil fields concentrated in Texas, North Dakota, making it cost-effective for other regions to import oil from Canada, whose pipeline infrastructure can directly supply U.S. refineries in the Midwest and Gulf Coast. Canada also supplies oil by rail, as its supply exceeds pipeline capacity. But their oil is also sold at a discount as high as $20 a barrel over the last couple of years due to the limited pipeline infrastructure to the coastal ports that make the U.S. their chief customer. Then you've got competition, increased production of Mexican crude that's kind of saturated the market. U.S. producers sell their light crude to international markets where they can fetch higher prices than we could domestically. From 1975 to 2015, it was illegal for the U.S. to export crude oil. President Obama lifted that ban as other sources of oil, including hydraulic fracking, became available, increasing our domestic supply. The Energy Information Administration forecast U.S. crude oil production will continue to rise, reaching an average 13.5 million barrels per day in 2025. Up just a bit from last year. The U.S. has long maintained a policy of diversifying oil sources to ensure energy security, particularly since the 1973 oil embargo by OPEC countries. There you go. So it is 844-844-3388. Plowboy on a Monday. What's going on?
Not too much. Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
First off, condolence, sympathies to Knucklebuster and his family, and Big Ed and his family, though we don't know quite what's going on, or at least I don't. I messaged Pappy and back and forth a little bit, but thanks for my lead-in. Now, tomorrow we're going to see our strategic oil supplies starting to get topped off before the price of it goes up too damn high.
I think they gotta pass that big beautiful bill first, because that's where all the money is. We're waiting on that.
Unfortunately, you're right.
Yep.
Damn, I mean, they should have been topped off a long damn time ago, but Dum shouldn't have sold them at half price either. Yeah, damn near giveaways, but I think honestly, I think there's a whole bunch of countries got woke up. I think China might rethink about invading Taiwan, and North Korea might got their little wake-up call. He might not be firing off any more than bottle rockets. And yeah, I think the whole damn world might end up being afraid of us, because that's one of the reasons why I was so damn happy to hear when he got it done. Because the red line by these other jackasses kept getting moved, and then I go back to thinking about 9/11. 9/11, we got attacked, Steve. We can't forget that one. I know we don't, but and it was almost 18 months, a year and a half before Dum-Dum. Yes, that's what Bush was. He basically allowed them to get everything hidden, and we finally go decide to attack. We should have been attacking them bastards the next morning. That's one reason why I was all power behind Trump, because we don't need this to get escalated any more than it already has gotten. By the way, I go back and I remember what one show I was listening to one night, or watching. Mike Huckabee show years ago was talking about they were over in Germany and in Auschwitz, and they signed I guess you could say a book over there that they attended it. And he said that little girl grabbed his hand and said, "Daddy, why didn't somebody do something?" Well, I'm sorry. I think President Trump finally stepped to the plate and finally has done something so they wouldn't have been exterminated this time around, because I'm sure you've talked about how bad Tel Aviv was getting hit even afterwards. Iran could give a rat's ass less about exterminating the whole damn bunch, including our country over here, when it's all said and done. I mean, I just hope it's all a good wake-up call. I don't know. But back to the first question I had to ask you. Are we going to hear the Democrats start hollering about the price of gas and diesel fuel going up? When's that going to happen, Steve?
A good question. I mean, obviously, depending on where it goes, they would try to use that. And if inflation, were to be impacted, they'd try to say, all these actions by Donald Trump. Yeah, of course. Where are we compared to where we were, 2-3 years ago? Right? We have to pause there, though. 844-844-3388.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is ready to meet with Iran following the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Rubio says the ball is now in Iran's court when it comes to negotiations.
If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. Yeah. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
In a Truth Social post on Saturday, President Trump says any retaliation by Iran will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. The action comes after the White House said Trump would decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. would get involved in that conflict. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.21. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Yazoo County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medishare.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medishare and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were 0 problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
But I keep telling people love Medishare, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medishare. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
And now, back to the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, pick it up where we left off there. Yes, so overseas markets have started the new week, and I did not realize apparently Middle East stock markets actually trade on Sunday. And according to the numbers, investors are assuming a rather benign outcome. Even as Iran intensified their missile attacks on Israel on Sunday in response to the sudden U.S. involvement. Now, out of New York this morning, they're saying that it could lead to a bit of a knee-jerk reaction when the markets sending oil prices higher. Could trigger a rush to safety, as they say, as we assess how the escalation would ripple through the global economy. Of course, Iran says they reserve all options to defend themselves, warning of everlasting consequences. The Iranian foreign minister said they're weighing their options for retaliation and would consider diplomacy only after carrying out their response. But if you take that step, the diplomacy time is going to be responded. See how far is this back and forth going to grow? Investors say they expect U.S. involvement could cause a stock market sell-off and a possible bid for the dollar and other safe haven assets when the markets reopen, but there's a lot of uncertainty. Now, the chief investment officer at Potomac River Capital said, I think the markets are going to be initially alarmed. Oil will probably open higher. Yeah, we don't have true damage assessment, and that's going to take some time. Yeah, even though it's been described as done, yeah, we're actually engaged. What comes next? That's the uncertainty that's going to blanket the markets, and everybody's going to be exposed. Uncertainty, volatility, particularly when it comes to oil. Yeah, one indicator of how markets will react in the coming week was the price of Ether, the second largest cryptocurrency, and a gauge of retail investor sentiment. Ether was down 8.5% Sunday, taking losses since the first Israeli strikes on Iran back on June 13. Most Gulf stock market seems unconcerned, with the main indexes in Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait actually up slightly or flat. Israel's Tel Aviv main index was at an all-time high. Of course, Israel stands to benefit the greatest with the reduced threat from Iran, right? They've got to be feeling much better that the U.S. is joined in. One concern for the markets may center around the potential impact of developments in the Middle East when it comes to oil prices. And, of course, oil prices up. What impact on inflation? A rise on inflation would dampen confidence, lessening the chance of any near-term interest rate cuts. Then, of course, we wait and see Iran threatening to maybe begin harassing ship passages through the Strait of Hormuz, as the case has been all from the get-go. It's a fluid situation. Everything changes on a daily basis. Earl, welcome back, Plowboy.
Well, thanks, sir. Thank you, Milk. What did you say anything about what the Nikkei was doing this morning? Are they open yet?
I'm sure they are. I can try to pull that up for you here.
No, I'm just curious because over in that area they might say, well, like I said earlier, we might have to reconsider about doing any more crap. I do see one thing. I don't think anything could be anything but positive. Because if you think about it, had they got their enrichment going and were able to knock out Israel, God forbid, or even us or one of our allies, that would have threw the markets way in a tailspin. So I think this ought to be a kind of an uptick, honestly, from all I can see. But two other things real quick. Have you seen where Blue Diamond almonds are having, I guess, some trouble out there in California? I guess they sent 600 people home. I just caught this here a little bit ago because I used to haul a lot of almonds and crap out of that area, and them going out of business, and you got Del Monte shutting down 2 plants up there in Washington. But you were talking about you finally got your pool all kicked open. I guess Glacier National Park this morning, or yesterday morning sometime now, June the 21st, I guess they had a good little bit of skip of snow up through there. They were showing that in some places up in western Wyoming. So enjoy your pool while they are still chattering their teeth. So other than that, 83 degrees and real feel about 87. So up here in the bright lights of KC. So. Oh, y'all, I did see the store. Reds 4-1 over Cardinals.
Yeah, right.
So that was not good.
Yes, I mean, the Cards took 2 out of 3, but the one interesting factor is the Cincinnati Reds have not yet been swept this entire season. They've won at least one game in every series they've played. We thought yesterday that they might be the last team to have not been swept to get swept, but we live to fight another day.
Yes, sir. Yes. And one thing about it, look to the west. Look to the west. We always say our team is doing bad. What, with the Colorado Rockies? Hell, have they even won 10 games yet?
Yeah, they did finally reach. I think they've won a couple since then. Yeah.
Oh, they did. They reached a dime. Damn. All right. Thanks, Steve. Y'all have a good night. God bless you.
All right. You ask about the Nikkei index. It did drop several hundred points, like in the first hour or so after opening. See, it was down close to 400 points. But, of course, in their time zone as the morning has progressed and now into the afternoon, let's see, down 49 points. Most of the early losses recovered throughout the day, so 49 points is like 0.13%, which is, when you talk about stock markets changing on any given day, that would be considered pretty much flat. Yeah, no big change there. So again, that's the Nikkei this morning. Let me give you a little more detail. Columbus, Ohio was a large fire erupting from a tanker near State Route 161 and I-270 on the northeast side of Columbus this past afternoon. A fuel tanker carrying 8,500 gallons of fuel exploded at about 1:40 in the afternoon. Police say the driver was transported to the Riverside Medical Center in stable condition. The tanker overturned on the off-ramp from I-270 south to State Route 161 east, according to the fire battalion chief. At this point, during the afternoon conference, about 4 in the afternoon, the fire had been contained. We collaborated with our partners. Franklin Township has a foam truck that was called in. That also Port Columbus sent their truck that's at the airport to come help. They really did the majority of the work to extinguish the fire with this kind of heat. Many gallons of fuel had spilled onto the highway, but a large majority of that burned off in the fire, he said. The EPA was notified. Franklin County EMA, Columbus Public Health, and all of our partners responding to help clean that up. But I'll leave most of the fuel at this point is still in part of the tanker. And so there's not any active leak on the ground at the moment or anything like that. We asked ODOT to come in and inspect the overpass because part of it was damaged. They're the experts on the bridge when it can be reopened, which they did later determine it was safe to reopen once they got all the debris cleaned up. That, I presume, should be open this morning. In terms of how the department prepares for an event like this, said this is what they train for. Okay, and then a happy ending. This is Texas sheriff helping to rescue a stuck dog that went missing from his truck owner at a Houston truck stop. In a June 17 news release from the Waller County Sheriff's Office, an animal control unit was called in to assist at a pilot truck stop at Highway 290 and FM 1884, Hempstead, Texas. When officers arrived on the scene, they found a black dog that was trapped between the cab and the fuel tank of this 18-wheeler. After freeing the stuck dog, miraculously, he was scanned for a microchip, which he had. The owner was located. His owner, as a fellow truck driver, said his dog, Black, went missing a few days earlier when he was broke down at a truck stop in Houston. The owner has said that Black had been recently adopted from an animal shelter in Illinois. As it turns out, the driver of the 18-wheeler where Black was found had picked up a load in the same area of Houston where Black went missing about 40 miles from the truck stop where he was rescued. It's believed Black somehow climbed into the truck's frame and remained stuck there throughout the drive to Hempstead. Despite the ordeal, Black appeared unharmed and in good spirits, seeking affection and water upon being rescued. How about that? That could have been much worse. So a happy ending. I like that. Congratulations. Black's been reunited with his owner.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Scheid Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Scheid Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Scheid Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
All right, I just found an update from about 30 minutes ago via investing.com. And at the close of the day, as I said, after being down about 400 points in the first hour of trading in Japan, the Nikkei closed out the day down 0.01%. 0.1%. All right, thank you much. Brain dead earlier, mentioning the passing of an icon, Fred Smith, founder of FedEx Corporation, who revolutionized the express delivery industry, passing away over the weekend at the age of 80. FedEx started operating in 1973, delivering small parcels and documents quicker than the Postal Service. Over the next half-century, Fred Smith, a Marine Corps veteran, oversaw the growth of a company that became something of an economic bellwether because so many other companies rely on it. Memphis, Tennessee-based FedEx became a global transportation and logistics company that averages 17 million shipments per business day. Fred stepped down as CEO in 2022, but he was still an executive chairman. A 1966 graduate of Yale University used a business theory that he came up with in college to create a delivery system based on coordinated air cargo flights centered on a main hub, described as a hub and spokes system. Company also played a major role in the shift by American businesses and industry to a greater use of time-sensitive deliveries and less dependence on large inventories and warehouses. He once told the Associated Press he came up with the name Federal Express because he wanted the company to sound big and important, when in fact it was a startup operation with a future that was far from assured. At the time, he was trying to land a major shipping contract with the Federal Reserve Bank, which did not work out. In the beginning, Federal Express had 14 small aircraft operating out of the Memphis airport, flying packages to 25 cities. Now, his father, also named Frederick, built a small fortune in Memphis with a regional bus line and other business ventures. Following college, Smith joined the U.S. Marines, was commissioned a second lieutenant, left the military as a captain in 1969 after 2 tours in Vietnam, where he was decorated for bravery and wounds received in combat, told the Associated Press in 2023 that everything he did running FedEx came from his experience in the Marines, not what he learned at Yale. Getting Federal Express started was not an easy task. Overnight shipments were new to American business, and the company had to have a fleet of planes and a system of interconnecting air routes in place from the get-go. Although one of Memphis' best-known and most prominent citizens, Fred Smith generally avoided the public spotlight, devoting all of his energy to work and family. Despite the low profile, Smith made a cameo appearance in the 2000 movie Castaway with Tom Hanks, right? About the FedEx employee stranded on the island. Memphis has lost its most important citizen. Fred Smith, says U.S. Representative Steve Cohen of Tennessee, citing Smith's support for everything from the University of Memphis to the city zoo. FedEx is the engine of our economy, and Fred was the visionary founder. But more important, he was a dedicated citizen who cared deeply about our city. He rarely publicized the donations that he and his family made. He agreed to speak to the Associated Press in 2023 about a gift to the Marine Corps Scholarship Foundation to endow a new scholarship fund for the children of Navy service members pursuing studies in STEM. Thing that interested me are the institutions and the causes, not the name and the recognition. All right, so Fred Smith, gone at the age of 80, but what an empire that man built over the years, right? FedEx. Eagle, back with us here on a Monday. What's going on?
Okay, I appreciate you putting me back on. Steve, before I get back to the Iran deal, I want to talk about the truck driving deal. Pretty sure you talked about it last week, but I didn't get in. About the CD commercial driver's license that was being held, being given to illegal drivers. You know, Steve, I be driving down the road sometimes, man, and I would see an 18-wheeler cut in front of me and with no blinker on, or you would see a truck coming down the road at high speed, and you're like, what the hell is this guy? You know, he's driving at a high rate. So you like, how is this guy a professional driver?
Right.
of a commercial vehicle, and now you finding out why these having these bad accidents and why these guys are speeding through construction zones and not moving over for police officers, writing tickets on the shoulders, and these guys are just totally reckless. And now it's been found out that they've been giving CDLs to these individuals. It's really disgusting, that they would even think about doing something like that in a machine that could kill somebody. These guys, they don't respect the rules. They don't respect the laws. And, they go to the truck stop. We've been over this, Steve. You go to bed at night at the truck stop, Steve, and you think, you think to yourself, that you're not blocked in, everything's good. And then you wake up in the morning, there might be 2 or 3 trucks in front of you where you parked there. You got to knock on 2 or 3 trucks to get them to move. They have no consideration for other drivers. They just park on the driveway and on the shoulders of the truck stop. You can't even enter the guy. The other day I seen a guy just parked in the middle of the driveway. People trying to get in, and a lady on the intercom trying to call him. And I don't know why. I told the girl when I walked by, I go, that's a useless deal trying to call out the driver and call his truck. He probably don't understand what you're saying. He probably don't even speak no English. She's steady calling this guy's name, the driver of this truck. Please move your truck. Please move your truck. And I'm pretty sure he probably didn't know what the hell she was saying. Truck just sat there for at least 45 minutes, an hour. Finally, you see a guy walk out of the truck stop with a shower bag in his hand and jump in the truck, drive off like he ain't done nothing wrong, block fuel pumps, you go.
The things you deal with every day. Hey, let me pause there. We reached the news update, top of the hour.
When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
The purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. California Democrats are condemning President Trump's decision to bomb Iran's nuclear sites on Saturday night. Senator Adam Schiff on CNN's State of the Union says this is an operation that should have never been authorized by the president.
In the absence of intelligence showing that Iran had made the decision to break out and build a bomb, the intelligence I've seen, and it's been limited, indicates that Iran had certainly enriched uranium but had not made the decision to build a bomb.
Schiff went on to say the strikes on Iran were not constitutional and should have been brought before Congress and could lead to a major outbreak of war. Vice President J.D. Vance says Iran's nuclear program has taken a severe hit after the U.S. strike on Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on ABC This Week, Vance says the attack does not mean a drawn-out conflict has begun.
I'd say to people who are worried about a protracted military conflict is, number one, the president more than anybody is worried about protracted military conflicts. That is not what we're getting ourselves involved in.
In an address to the nation from the White House, President Trump called the strikes a spectacular military success and said Iran's nuclear enrichment sites have been completely and totally obliterated. The move to strike Iran comes as Israel and Iran have been going back and forth, striking each other for over a week. A UN nuclear watchdog agency says there's been no increase in radiation levels at the 3 Iranian nuclear sites that were bombed by the U.S.
The U.S. military sent B-2 bombers into Iran on Saturday with a number of penetrator bombs, known as bunker busters, intended to reach underground nuclear sites. Early Sunday, the UN's International Atomic Energy Agency released a statement saying it could confirm that, quote, no increase in off-site radiation levels has been reported as of this time at the 3 sites. The agency maintains that it's a neutral global watchdog. I'm Jim Forbes.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Health experts are urging a wider use of weight loss drugs.
The American College of Cardiology says doctors should prescribe GLP-1 drugs earlier and not require patients to first try healthier lifestyle changes. In major trials, these drugs have been shown to reduce cardiovascular events, improve heart failure symptoms, and help manage fatty liver disease, but it's not as easy as it sounds. There are barriers, including limited insurance coverage and supply shortages. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
A Columbia University graduate student and pro-Palestinian activist released from ICE detention says he will not be silenced.
Mahmoud Khalil arrived at Newark International Airport on Saturday, one day after he was released from a detention center in Louisiana following a federal judge's order. Khalil, who helped organize pro-Palestinian protests on the Columbia University campus, was arrested by ICE agents in March in New York City. The Trump administration has filed a notice of appeal against the judge's ruling that released Khalil. I'm Lisa Carton.
President Trump says Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell is costing the U.S. hundreds of billions of dollars.
In a post on Truth Social, Trump said Powell is truly one of the dumbest and most destructive people in government. He added the Fed board is also complicit. Trump said that Europe has had 10 interest rate cuts and the U.S. has had none in that time. It all comes after the central bank left interest rates unchanged once again this week. I'm Mark Mayfield.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
If something costs less, but people are happier with it, maybe you've heard switching to MetaShare to pay for healthcare can save the typical family $500 a month. And that's huge, but it's also true that people are way more satisfied. The customer satisfaction rate for MetaShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. Here's the number you need. 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Every trucker on the road has heard product claims about an additive that simply didn't match their experience. Proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. That's proof. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator will improve your performance and fuel economy. For proof, we engaged the Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research to conduct an EPA-certified fuel economy test with Stiction Eliminator on a FedEx truck, a 2006 P500 Freightliner with 247,000 miles. The test showed a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. The complete report from OSU is available for download at hotshotsecret.com. That's proof.
Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret.
Powered by science. And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, final hour off and rolling. You're on a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. First full week of summer. Here it is. Hard to believe. Summertime. Independence Day just around the corner. Next thing you know, we'll be talking about back to school sales. Fall rapidly approaching. Time just passes so quickly, does it not? All right, back to, we'll have talking with Eagle. I'm sure he's referencing, we did share sometime last week while he had a few days off. Yeah, had a story, one out of Florida, another out of California. Yeah, the cases where the Florida scenario was hundreds, if not maybe more than 1,000 driver's license and CDLs were being divvied out. Kind of reminiscent of the license for bribes scandal that took place in Illinois all those years ago. Passing some money under the table to a couple of DMV employees and other counterparts to issue passing grades and actually issuing licenses to people who had not passed the actual driving test. May had no idea how to drive a damn truck, but you're out there sharing the road with them. And that's where we left off, Eagle.
Yeah, that's what I mean, Steve, man. Because, those professional truck drivers, the ones that has been to truck driving school and been trained professionally, they don't drive like that. I'm like, where the hell did these people come from? And it just started in the last year or two with these over-aggressive drivers, mainly the Amazon. We've talked about Amazon, it's bad, very bad company, the people that they hire. And then, there's several other companies out there like Prime. They have, I think they hire these individuals. You could tell the companies that do this, and it's a lot of companies up in the Chicago area. That's something that I'm noticing too. If you look at Facebook, they got these companies that appear on Facebook, but it's not actually a company. You never see these trucks on the road, or you never see nothing. And then when you call the number up, it's some guy or some woman with a foreign accent, and they have a very nasty attitude. They're trying to get you to send it. They want to see a copy of your driver's license, copy of your birthday. They expect you to send these documents to them over the internet. You don't know who the hell these people are. And then I talked to some guys. See, these people, they have most trucking companies, when you go to orientation, they pay for your travel to get there, whether it be a rental car, a bus, or a plane. I talked to some people, Steve, and they go to orientation with some of these companies, these that are run by these foreigners, Indians or Bosnians, and they want you to supply your own travel to get to orientation. They want you to pay for your own hotel room, your food. You're not supposed to pay for that when you go to orientation with a new company. The company is supposed to pay for your travel, your hotel, and your food the 2 or 3 days that you're there. And then I've even talked to guys, they say that they won't even pay for you to get home. If you go to their orientation and you somehow don't pass the drug test or you don't pass the physical, you on your damn own. You know, they put you out of the school. The orientation, and if you ain't got no money to get a bus back home, that's your problem, not theirs. Most companies, they at least give you a bus ticket to get back home, but these guys don't even want to give you a bus ticket to get back to your house. So these people do dirty business, and you can clearly see the way that they operate these trucks in a very reckless manner, and they need to get them off the road. They need to get them off the road immediately, because these guys are not qualified to operate a truck in America. They can't back up the truck, and they don't respect the rules and laws of nothing. Like I say, they if they don't see a parking space at a truck stop, they make a parking space. And that's not the way and that means what parking on the fuel lane and going to sleep. You wait. You get to a truck stop 8 or 9 o'clock at night, and you'll see a truck on the fuel lane, and ain't nobody pumping no fuel. And then you say, okay, well, maybe he gonna pull off in a few minutes. Never pulls off. You wake up the next morning, that same truck is still sitting in that same spot on the fuel lane. Never moved. Guy just went to sleep on the fuel lane. Don't respect the drivers, other drivers, or nothing. Don't give a damn. And if you even knock on the guy's door, he got a nerve to have an attitude like you the one that's wrong for telling this guy that he's parked and he's legally parked. So these people want to come to the country, Steve, and make up their own rules. And I don't know what they do in India. I don't know what they do in Russia and Bosnia and Poland or wherever the hell they come. I don't know how they operate their deal, but that's not the way we operate in America. We got rules over here, and they need to follow them. I'm getting fed up with these guys. And if they don't want to follow the rules, they can go back where they come from. I really don't care, because we don't need them, because we don't have a driver shortage in America. We got plenty of drivers in America. So if that's the way they're thinking, that we need them, that we need them to operate their trucks, they're thinking wrong, because we don't need them. We got plenty of people that can operate a truck safely and do it the right way, not the wrong way. Now, getting back to this situation in Iran one more time, Steve. Okay, so now over the last couple of hours, and I think you reported on it, it's been come to be known that Iran, or they got some guy that's a spokesman for Iran. He's a loudmouth. I heard him on the radio the other day. He's another guy, kind of like that guy in Canada. He's trying to say that the U.S. was out of line. So this guy, he's saying that they've been given every opportunity to come to the table, but he said that Donald Trump is wrong for having this attack on Iran. That Iran is now they trying to play Mr. Innocent. They didn't do nothing wrong. Okay, so now now Iran is saying that they gonna block. They talking about blocking the Strait of Hormuz,
right?
Which is one of the a lot of oil comes through this thing. Now, then they still think that they're not doing nothing wrong by doing that. This guy, they're trying to shut down a major throwaway for a lot of ships and oil. This could affect the oil prices in America, and hopefully Donald Trump is looking at it very, very closely, and he's working out a plan to end that before it even gets started, because those people should not be allowed to block that strait with ships or whatever's coming through there. And hopefully Donald Trump takes more action. And the hell with Congress. I don't care what a Democrat got to say. I don't care what a senator got to say. If they are affecting me and my family and the price of the gasoline that I got to pump in my fuel, Trump, do whatever you got to do, brother, to keep it from going sky high. Because the Democrats, they don't care. They want to play games. All they want to do is throw a roadblock in front of Donald Trump. They don't give a damn about no American having to pay higher gas prices. If Donald Trump can do something to keep that strait from being blocked, go ahead and do it. And if Congress don't want to go along with the show the hell with it, go ahead and do what you got to do. At this point, that's what's got to be done, Steve, because these people are nothing but obstructing everything Trump has tried to do in the 6 months he's been in the White House. It's been one obstruction after another, and AOCs and the Crockett's and all these other Democratic names you can name, all of them are turncoats as far as I'm concerned. And Trump, as far as I'm concerned, he got the green light from me and a whole lot of other people to go ahead and do what the hell he got to do to make America great again. And I thank you for taking my call.
Eagle, thank you for chiming in. Have a good morning. All right, we take you to San Antonio, Texas. A suspect in custody after allegedly threatening to carry out a mass shooting at a San Antonio Jewish site. According to the San Antonio police, the FBI's field office in the city stated they had received information last Wednesday night. Someone may have been planning to conduct a mass shooting at a Jewish cultural enrichment center. Working with the San Antonio police to investigate, the Jewish communal leaders were notified. Additional protocols were implemented to ensure the safety and security of the Jewish community there. An individual believed to be associated with this, located by the FBI in another state. Investigation continuing to determine the veracity of the threat information. They added they do not believe there to be an imminent threat to San Antonio's Jewish community. Anti-Semitism has no place in San Antonio. We'll take all necessary steps to ensure the safety and security of our Jewish neighbors, according to the city's mayor. The city's police department stated after learning of the threat, they immediately increased police presence around Jewish facilities throughout the city as a precautionary measure. According to the police chief, notified that the suspect is now in custody. The arrest based on statements the individual made while being questioned by authorities. Now, that development significantly mitigates any further danger related to the threat. We continue to monitor the situation closely and maintain open communication with local Jewish organizations. KSAT Television, the ABC affiliate in San Antonio, reported that the threatened site is the Barshop Jewish Community Center in San Antonio. Honestly, frustrating more than anything else because of how almost routine it is. According to the executive director of the Temple Beth El, it's terrible. You know, we have these protocols in place because we know things like this are going to happen. Which brings us to how things may be changing here with the Israeli military engaged in the war with Iran. And President Trump now, indeed, kind of joining in with, he says, is supposed to be a one-and-done strike, but we're awaiting their response. The FBI director, Kash Patel, is increasingly vigilant against the possibility of sleeper cells, operatives who remain quiet in a target country until ordered into activity will engage in attacks in the U.S. It could be the badly wounded Islamic Republican's last throw of the dice. According to an analyst who specializes in Iran, speaking to reporters, the very fact now that the Iranian regime is volatile, it's targeted, highly vulnerable, that's what actually makes it increasingly dangerous to the West. They have nothing to lose. It's about the sense of nihilism. It affects the rationale calculus. The FBI is focusing on sleeper cells linked to Hezbollah, the Iranian-backed terror outfit, which has been a target of Israeli intelligence, including last fall's spectacular page bombing operation. But they have sleeper cells in the West. Retired Army Lieutenant Colonel Mike Nelson indicating Hezbollah agents might have entered the U.S. through Venezuela, the same country that's the source of the Tren de Aragua gang that was able to take advantage of the open borders during the Biden administration. They've set up operations in American cities. It seems likely Hezbollah and Iran would try to activate such cells as retaliation to U.S. strikes. It should be prudent for the FBI to be monitoring. The Iranian regime wants this to end with them in power. And their primary concern is survival. They don't want the U.S. involved, but now that's too late. Yeah, back in 2011, the Justice Department charged an Iranian American along with an Iranian-based official in the Covert Operations Unit of Iran's elite Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps with plotting to assassinate the Saudi Arabian ambassador to the United States. In 2019, a Hezbollah sleeper agent was sentenced to 40 years spying on U.S. facilities for the terror group. 2022, the Justice Department announced it had indicted an IRGC operative based in Tehran for trying to orchestrate the assassination of John Bolton, who was National Security Advisor in Trump's first term. And then just last year, an illegal immigrant at the southern border told Border Patrol medical staff that he had trained with Hezbollah and planned to build and detonate a bomb on U.S. soil. So the terror leadership at this point might think they've got nothing to lose. All right. They're thinking to themselves, we're on our last throws. Therefore, we're going to go out with a bang, quite literally. Yeah, their calculus will be very different if their survivability is threatened. So intelligence services in the U.S. working overtime to contend and mitigate any risks and threats that might emerge on domestic soil. In other words, talking about having our heads on a swivel here, even in the USA.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Carbon buildup obstructs the fuel spray. IDIDs are varnish inside the injector that alters ideal injector timing. Both of these cause reduced engine efficiency, leaving unburnt fuel to generate black smoke. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will remove carbon buildup and improve efficiency. Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs, eliminating black smoke. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes a cetane improver, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
For anything diesel, take it to Shy Diesel. They provide a wide variety of services and diagnostics to determine what the problem is with the latest technology. From simple oil changes and preventative maintenance to fuel system diagnostics and repairs, engine rebuilds and cylinder head repairs, and rebuilds with our in-house machine shop. They also have on-site DPF cleaning for exhaust issues and DOT inspections. If your diesel is asking for some attention, Shy Diesel has the specialist you need for anything diesel. Located in Terre Haute and Lafayette, Indiana, and Effingham, Illinois, Shy Diesel has you covered.
Do you have a Dodge pickup and hate your automatic transmission? Of course you do. Levon Miller at Firepunk Diesel here, and we specialize in heavy-duty and performance transmissions for your 3-quarter or 1-ton Cummins-powered truck. So if you're interested in turning your stock slush box into a towing monster, call us today at 614-733-3744 or visit us online at shop.firepunk.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Friday, close out the weekend, rolling into a Monday. See what's going on with the blind man. Morning, blind man.
Good morning, Steve. I guess I'm waking up confused about Iran. I was really hoping that the good guys would be there along with the son of the Shah, but I guess I'm overshooting my headlights, as Paul Harvey would say. I'm just wondering, I guess the bad guys are still running Iran, and I hope we're keeping a good eye on what's going on over there.
Well, the Ayatollah, to the best of our knowledge, is still alive. And, last week, President Trump said that we knew where he was, but I think there may be a bit of a kind of a question mark on that at this point in time. Over the weekend, I guess it came out that, he's got a protective group that the world was unaware of, that's got him secretly hidden somewhere, but they believe he is in Iran.
Yeah, I was really hoping that the good guys would be running the country now, and I wonder if the Iranians that are in the U.S., I wonder if they're going to side with the U.S. Because they seem to have it, so good, just living here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And I hope that they'll tell us what's going on. We've been ordered to do A, B, C, whatever, and then we can nip all this
right
in the bud, and we wouldn't have to worry about so-called retaliation from the Iranians that are running the country. But I hope that there'll be a new government soon, and the Shah's son will be in charge, and then I think good things will happen in Iran. It could become another tourist trap, so to speak, and people can go over there and see, what's going on. I remember a book that came out in the 80s called Vacation in Hell, and I think Iran was one of the places that they mentioned in the book.
Well, that would be about right, because after they were so much of a freer society before, the overthrow of the Shah there. The people. It was much more of a Western society, sort of country at the time, and obviously with the Ayatollah and the radical Islamist in charge, clamping down on the people. Our hope is that the people would rise up, kind of like some of those other countries, Egypt and several others. The Arab Spring would rise up and try to take their country back. But we'll pick up there following a news break.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Secretary of State Marco Rubio says the U.S. is ready to meet with Iran following the bombing of 3 Iranian nuclear sites. While appearing on CBS Face the Nation, Rubio says the ball is now in Iran's court when it comes to negotiations.
If they choose the path of diplomacy, we're ready. We can do a deal that's good for them, the Iranian people, and good for the world. If they choose another route, then there'll be consequences for that.
In a Truth Social post on Saturday, President Trump says any retaliation by Iran will be met with force far greater than what was witnessed tonight. The action comes after the White House said Trump would decide within 2 weeks whether the U.S. would get involved in that conflict. AAA reports the national average price for a gallon of gasoline today is $3.21. Mono County, California is up to $5.87. Yazoo County, Mississippi is down to $2.58. From America's News Network, USA Radio News. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hey, I'm Brant, and her name is Sherry.
Hello.
She's a friend of mine whom we were just praying for because of a surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is
Medi-Share.
That is right.
Yeah. So what was your experience like with Medi-Share and the healthcare bills?
Honestly, Brant, seamless. And what a blessing that is when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in with your need, that is just...
It is refreshing.
Yes, that's what it is.
What I keep telling people. People love Medi-Share, and they love saving money. A typical family can save $500 a month.
I am very thankful for Medi-Share. It is so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way.
It is good different. Call now. They're easy to talk to, and you can get a price within 2 minutes. Call 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All righty, welcome back. Happy Monday, best day of the week. Well, so says Truck and Phil. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Starting off at 72 this morning. High temperature, well, a heat index of 105 today in Fort Wayne. Starting off at 80 degrees, heat index 100. Later today, Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster. We are ready to depart Fort Wayne for Newaygo, Michigan, and back again. Have a great week, everyone. There you go. Semper Fi from Truck and Fill. Scratchin' McGroin, what's going on?
Hello, Steve. Thoughts and prayers to Knucklebuster and his girls. And I was inquiring about a clip I saw earlier this morning about a fellow driving his pickup into a church in Michigan, and was entering the church with an AR, they said. But, you know how that goes. Had you heard much more about that?
I had not got to that this morning, but yes, and amazingly, in this day and age, it's amazing. You wouldn't think, like if you go into church on a Sunday morning, that you would need like armed guards or armed personnel, but they actually had several armed staff, security staff there at the church, and they took the gunman out. One parishioner was injured, but no deaths. Now imagine if they didn't have any sort of security personnel, how that could have changed.
Exactly. Yes. Yeah, my nephew and his family attend either deacon and whatever. Yes, there's several. Of course, it's a country church, basically. Yeah, several of them carry. And they've actually got host, so to speak. Locations that he's, particular one keep an eye on or what have you. Yeah, it's a strange world.
It's another scenario where
I just wondered if
the armed good guy takes out the armed bad guy. If you take the guns away from the good people, you ain't got nobody but the bad guys with them. So
lawlessness. Yeah.
Yep.
Absolutely. Well, I don't know. I saw another short clip this morning. Portland or Seattle out one of those spots out there with all the serious rioting and what have you, and I guess they were had changed their flags from Mexican to Iranian and such, and of course the chanting about Palestine and all, I think that's part of the country it was in. Yeah, I'm just sure it was. I don't know if you follow that. I'm just wondering how much this, and that the Michigan church thing, if it was, a raghead, so to speak.
And that I've
or somebody with ties.
Yeah, I've got more. I can share more on the story. I think they've identified the individuals. Here's what we have. Yeah, a man who opened fire outside the Michigan church that was filled with worshipers yesterday. Ultimately struck by a vehicle, then fatally shot by security staff who averted a potential mass shooting, according to police. Churchgoers attending a morning service at the Cross Point Community Church in Wayne, Michigan, spotted the gunman driving recklessly. Saw him get out of his car wearing a tactical vest. He was carrying a rifle and a handgun, according to the chief. During an evening news conference, he began firing as he approached the church, striking one person in the leg. A parishioner struck the gunman with his vehicle as the gunman shot at the vehicle repeatedly. Now, at least two other staff members shot the gunman, fatal wounds. That described the suspect as a 31-year-old white male, no known connections to the church, motives unclear. It appears he was suffering a mental health crisis, according to the chief. This is about 11 o'clock this morning. Wayne, a city of about 17,000 people, about 25 miles west of Detroit. The individual shot in the leg was treated for non-life-threatening injuries. Nobody else was hurt. Strong said a church member ran the suspect over with his pickup truck that gave security staff time to shoot him. We're grateful for the heroic actions of the church's staff members who undoubtedly saved many lives. and prevented a large-scale mass shooting. About 150 people were in the church at the time. The church's website says they host their worship service on Sundays at 10:45 a.m. One attendee, Wendy Bowden, said she heard a loud boom, and when she looked outside, she saw a man sprawled on the grass in front of the church. I thought he got hit or crashed his car or was hurt. Another lady saw and pointed to me and said, "Oh my, call 911." The police chief said hours later, "It's too early to know a motive." FBI Deputy Director Dan Bongino did tweet that the Bureau leadership and support teams were at the scene helping with the investigation. All right, so messages left by the AP, voicemail, Facebook page for the church. Not returned this past day, but all right, so described as a 31-year-old white male. But again, in this day and age, and that's not the first. I mean, we had an incident similar to this last year. Guy that walked in the church, opened fire, and thank goodness, an armed parishioner, security that obviously had experience and training on accurately shooting his weapon, took him down in very short order. Meanwhile, about 19 before the hour. All right, I was viewing, I guess it's an artificial intelligence depiction of what this may be. Last week, Friday, a matter of fact, Houston headquartered Green Corridors announced that the White House has granted approval to construct, maintain, and operate an autonomous intelligent freight transportation system, which is going to be, for short, an IFTS corridor between Laredo, Texas, and Monterrey, Mexico. This project carries an estimated price tag of $10 billion to be covered by Green Corridors in part through fees charged to customers moving freight through the system. Listen to the idea here. The IFTS system using autonomous freight shuttles powered by hybrid electric motors. The ultimate goal is to get the traffic off the highways, the interstates, off the road, and onto elevated, what they're calling guideways that are connected to secure terminals. The elevated guideway is a viaduct system that removes tractor trailer and container traffic from the public roadway, eliminating crashes, reducing traffic congestion. At the inland terminals, proprietary, full automated, mechanized handling systems will load and unload freight from trucks to shuttles. Green Corridors points out that $2 billion in U.S.-Mexico GDP was lost due to delays at border crossings. Now, this was 2019. And if left unaddressed, these economic losses could exceed $100 billion a year by the year 2050. This project represents a paradigm shift in transportation with our latest trading partner, according to the our largest trading partner, separating freight from public traffic. We can significantly reduce transportation costs, solve serious congestion and safety issues. This will enhance, they say, border security by curbing terrorists, human trafficking, and drug smuggling, as well as reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving visibility for freight customers through a connected mobile app. So in the depiction, if it all actually does come to fruition, that's a pretty significant corridor from Monterey to Laredo. But kind of envision an elevated rail service sort of scenario. Again, it's going to be autonomous containers, more along the likes of the containers that run via the rails currently, elevated kind of alongside the highway corridor between those two locales. Now, first thing I'm thinking is when they talk about secure terminals, it wouldn't take long for the likes of the cartels to infiltrate and find ways to get their products onto these supposedly secure shipments that are moving autonomously to begin with. They'll find a way to do it, but I guess good idea. Is this going to be a multi-billion-dollar boondoggle, kind of like the train to nowhere there in California? Meanwhile, 844-844-3388. We'll return after this, rolling into a brand new day, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Jack speaking.
This Jack Criswell?
Yeah.
Jack, listen, this here R.D. Mercer, you in charge of keeping up that cemetery down there?
Yeah, you bet.
Well, listen, I got you the fella that I'm getting ready to get sideways of. I was down here visiting my cousins. I'm from Ardmore. I was down here visiting my cousins, and they was telling me that the last time they was out there at the graveyard, that the boys that was taking care of the maintenance over there was well, what they was doing was taking a leak on my Uncle Jesse's grave out there. They was being disrespectful. And I don't appreciate it none.
Well, I find that very hard to believe.
They said they seen you out there doing it. You and some of you fellas that's working on that thing out there taking a leak.
Whoever that was, they lied to you.
No, they didn't lie to me a bit. I guarantee you they ain't. They's church-going women, and they seen you out there. They was putting pansies on their relatives' graves, and they seen it happening.
And who was it?
They said it was you and some fellas out there you had working for you was drinking beer and telling loud, nasty jokes and dancing around, and then they was taking a whiz out there.
What's your name, sir?
R.D. by God Mercer. Now, Uncle Jesse Mercer, he's a World War I hero. It's the northeast corner of that cemetery. The headstone's got a collie dog on the top of it.
And that's here at Lawn Cemetery.
Damn right in the northeast corner over
And
there.
who was that said they saw that?
That's the Inez Roundtree. Now, Uncle Jesse was a World War I hero down there, Croswell. He was in charge of the collie dog
Inez
troops.
Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Huh?
This Inez Roundtree lives here in Cordell?
Lives outside of town on the highway.
Okay.
And he'd liberated a French village of Village-de-Loup down there in the World War I.
Phone book, is she?
What?
She's listed in the phone book?
I don't know. It don't make a damn bit of difference. There's somebody down there.
Oh, boy.
Yep.
He's on the run.
He's a little whizzed off.
Cemetery Jack speaking.
How'd you like a country ass whooping?
Why don't you just come on out and we'll talk about it?
I guarantee you, it ain't nobody going to take a lick on my great Uncle Jesse's grave and then hang up on me.
That hasn't happened, sir.
I guarantee it done. Inez ain't a liar.
That has not happened.
Well, she'd seen
That
it.
has not happened. Do you hear me?
How big an old boy
That
are
has
you?
not happened.
Where are you at right
That
now?
has not happened.
I guarantee you, I'm getting ready to plant somebody back 6 foot under. I got me a pine box full of ass whoop. I'm getting ready to.
Well, you just bring it on out here.
I guarantee you, I'll cart it right
bring
with
it
me.
on out here.
How long are you going to be there?
I live here.
You live there?
That's right. I
Well-
live here.
Well, you're going to be about
And I'm
6
telling
feet
you
below
what,
where you're
there's
at right
no
now.
beer drinking going on, and there's never been any graves pissed on for the 2 years I've been here.
Well, you-
And anybody that says any difference, nothing but a damn liar.
Well, I guarantee. How big an old boy are you? We're going to need us a plot before this is over with. You know that, don't you?
Cemetery Jack speaking.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I'm going to come by there this afternoon. Are you down there all day?
Yes, sir.
All righty. Well, I'm coming down there today, and I'm getting ready to take care of this one way or the other.
Whatever you say.
Well, I got that uncle down there is buried with his collie dog, Roosevelt, down there, and you've been whizzing on his grave.
What's his name?
My uncle's name, great uncle Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
Jesse Mercer.
M-E-R-C-E-R?
That's right. And I was getting ready. How big an old boy are you?
Big enough to take care of this, I'm plenty sure.
Well, I don't know about that.
Well, we'll see when you get here.
Yeah.
You got the to show up.
Well, I don't. And we're going to have to get him back on the phone again.
Cemetery Jack speaking.
Listen, I decided I called a buddy of mine. I think I'm going to stop by and pick him up on my way out there. He owns a music store down there in Waterford, and I'm going to pick him up and come down there with him. I'm picking Harold up, and I'm coming down there, and there's going to be a tag team event. Jack, this is Brent, man.
And you're probably calling me on my 800 number too, ain't you?
Yeah, it's your dime. What are you doing down there whizzing on war veterans' graves? I just want you to know there, Jack, it weren't no mausoleum.
All righty, thank you much. We have the late, great Roy D. Mercer. Where is the Ayatollah? That is a question being asked. The Supreme Leader, they tell us, has been moved to a highly secure location under the protection of a top-secret elite unit. According to the London Telegraph, the Ayatollah, who's ruled Iran since 1989, has entrusted his survival to a previously unknown group of deeply vetted bodyguards amid the increasingly overt threats on his life. According to officials in Tehran, believing, which they rightfully should, that Israeli intelligence has comprehensively penetrated the regime. The unit was kept so secret, they tell us, that even senior officials in the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps were unaware of its existence. He's not hiding from death. He's not in a bunker, said one Iranian official, but his life is in danger, and there's a unit responsible for his protection that no one even knew existed to avoid any chance of infiltration. Now, of course, the Ayatollah has long spoke of his impending martyrdom, is believed to have expected Israel would one day attempt to take his life, but the killing of at least 11 senior military officials and now 14 nuclear scientists in those targeted strikes since Israel launched hostilities a week ago has obviously accentuated the risk. Now, after the missile strike on the hospital last Thursday in Israel, Israel's government has grown more explicit in their calls to take out the Ayatollah. Benjamin Netanyahu has refused to rule out an attempt to kill him, saying it could actually bring an end to the conflict. His defense minister went further, calling the Ayatollah a modern Hitler who cannot be allowed to continue to exist. Now, although they tell us President Trump had reportedly vetoed a plan to assassinate the Ayatollah by Israel, he's also threatening. His rhetoric has been more threatening in recent days, where last week he said, we know exactly where the so-called supreme leader's hiding. Although we have no plans to target him, at least not for now, he described him as an easy target, should he change his mind. For either Israel or the U.S. to undertake such a mission, they'd first have to locate him, despite reports that regime officials were preparing to flee to Moscow. There's no evidence that the Ayatollah is planning to leave Iran. Few accept him to follow the example of Assad, Syria's former leader and a close ally who escaped to Russia after his regime crumbled in December of that year. He's in Iran. He's not going anywhere, according to one official. He will not flee like the coward Assad at the time of this foreign aggression. So where is the Ayatollah? Will he still be alive when we come back at the midnight hour tonight? We'll find out. Have a great day. Thanks for being with us. Be safe, and we'll see you back tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. seems you accept in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but